Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn livestream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. Test succeeded. Oh, good. Hello, Condor70. And, take the glasses up. Tugish24. How you doing? TGSCH. That's, how should I, what do I have to say there? Tugish. Welcome to the live stream, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Today we're going to be playing Kerbal Space Program. I promised you sometime last week when we first started live streaming again after 6 months of me being away, that we were going to start up Kerbal real soon. And then the fact that I did 2 live streams across 3 or 4 days there, and then did some programming so that we'd have a bot to run polls and stuff like that. I kind of made myself sick. I needed a couple of days off there to pull things back together. But I'm feeling somewhat better now, and I think we're ready to actually start this brand new career in Kerbal Space Program using the Probes Before Crew mod. I always want to say Probes First. I think there used to be a Probes First mod. That's probably the reason. Hello, Hologram1. A pawn stream. What is this, 2018? I feel very retro all of a sudden. Very excited for the green boys to go to space. Well, since it's Probes Before Crew, you can just hang on to that excitement for a good long time. Before we get started, let's check in on the city of Detroit here. Batman and Spider-Man. He's been a problem for me as well. He seems to not be. I guess he's off duty right now. And then down here, the trains aren't passing. That's good. So probably the explosives I laid up track have, had their intended effect. The river seems to still have water in it. So that's good. And at the border, there's actually people coming to America. Jesus, did they not see the Eddie Murphy movie? Don't do that. There's nothing here. I was going to say, what's with the supervillain cameras? I have a number of enemies, and, if they try and come after me, I've got, certain tools at my disposal. If I need to, I can just run a script. I'm just saying, secret identities will be revealed if you come after me. Let's play some Kerbal Space Program, everybody. This is going to take a second. For me to get it all, started up. So, KSP, where is it? Yeah, not the speed run. KSP modded. Alright. Get over here. And then I will be looking for Kerbal Space Program x64 in terms of windows to grab. And, oh, there it is. I can see it in the list. Bang, bang. Okay, and... haha! Yes, indeed. Alright, so 15 minutes from now, my 2091 mods will be loaded in and will be all ready to go. So I'm gonna just take a live stream break. I'll meet you back here tomorrow. No, I actually just moved Kerbal Space Program over onto my SSD from one of my platter drives. I had the speedrun copy on the SSD and the modded version off on the slower drive, and then I realized, why do I have KSP2 installed? I'm not playing it, not in the state that it's in now. So I uninstalled that, got almost 40 gigs back from uninstalling it, and was able to move my heavily modded KSP installation on over to the SSD, along with installing another game that was about 10 gigs and still have 20 gigs left over from what KSP2 was taken up. So... So yeah, we're going to be playing Kerbal Space Program using the Probes Before Crew mod, which I will never play a stock Kerbal career again in my life. And I fully expect to play Probes Before Crew probably every time that I play a Kerbal career. If I play another one after this, it'll probably be Probes Before Crew. This mod balances Kerbal Space Program in a way that you would have expected the game's designers to do. It's got the right timing for the release of the parts. It's got a really good idea about, just the core concept of Probes Before Crew means that new players aren't, creating green splotches of goo on the ground as they're just trying to get their feet wet. Like, starting with probes makes sense in a million different ways. It makes everything easier to, you know, be able to onboard new players and stuff like that. It makes the timing of setting up a comms network and everything, it makes sense. And it also, for me, as a player who, you know, I've been around for, I think, 10, 12 years with Kerbal at this point, for someone who has experience, I finally feel like this mod slows me down in a way that's very hard for me to do. And the fact that I rush through the game, you know, we're immediately on the moon at, you know, mission 4 kind of thing, it eventually sucks the fun out of it, and I'm not having fun anymore because we've already done, you know, it happens too quickly. Probes first means that I'm taking my time, I'm putting things up, I'm building a satellite network, I'm throwing probes down onto the ground. A Kerbal doesn't leave the ground for a long, long time. This I played right up until I would have gone interplanetary, and stopped playing my game because I want to play a game where we can all, you know, where y'all were with me from the beginning, where we all got to see it. Cute Sharky posted the mouse. Oh, geez, did I leave a mouse on screen? Hang on. There we go. Oh, God. No, there's another one now. Damn it. All right, what button takes that away? Jesus Christ. Alt-M is the... All right, well, left on its own. Let's see. A cute shark. Oh, my God, Paul, and you're back. Missed you so much, I was starting to get worried about you. Well, yes, I'm back. I'm back, and we'll be taking it just as slowly as I need to, and that means that I may not, you know, talk as much as I used to. We'll see. So far, it seems like I don't actually slow myself down that much. But I should slow myself down because, just to preserve my health. I have moved all of my save games. In fact, let's check that that's true. I moved them all out of there, yeah. So we have no save games. I have installed a couple of mods that I haven't tested in gameplay right at the last second here. One is ScanSat, and I thought that would pair well with Probes Before Crew. It's recommended on the PBC page, and I was watching back some of our old stuff, and I've tinkered with that before, but I never got really into it. I feel like Probes Before Crew is going to make it, you know, seem that much more worthy to be playing with ScanSat. So I popped that in there, and some other mods that support IVA's raster prop monitor, I think is what it's called. And one of them is for better audio from the engines in Kerbal. That was one of the things that we had talked about at our last Kerbal stream. Don't overexert yourself, as a cute sharky. I will try. It's hard to slow myself down. I should slow myself down, he says, getting actually more energetic as he says that. Yes, see how hard it is for me? I'm a performer, damn it! So we're starting a brand new game here. It's going to be a career mode play. We're going to need the Ronin Pawn flag, obviously. Difficulty options, I'm going to do moderate, and I don't think I need to adjust anything in here. We could make it so that missing crews respawn, but whenever it is, if you guys start getting added, I think it makes the more sense to let you die, and then you have to buy your way back in. But I think in moderate difficulty, I like the medium. Hard is, it can be fun, it can also be a major nuisance and annoyance, and make the game drag, and stuff like that. I think medium is the butter zone, and that's where I want to be. I don't think there's anything that I want to modify in here. Yeah, I think we can just go with straight up good old moderate, and this is Probes Before Crew. And let us begin. Now, watch this really cool, video that they did to introduce you to the world and stuff like that in Kerbal Space Program. Here it comes. Cutscene's gonna start anytime now. It's really cool. Hang on, just give it like another minute. Oh, hello, a cute shark. Wow, I love it. Subscribe for 8 months. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club, a cute shark. It's good to be back, and you know, I'm making fun because in Kerbal Space Program 2, the best thing that came out of the pre-release is all of the media. You know, it's all the cutscenes and all the tutorial videos and voiceovers and stuff like that. And it's Kerbal didn't get any of that. Not KSP1. Hello, who's this? Gene. Hello, Gene. You got a bit of a widow's peak going on there. Thanks, I've got it. I probably do got it. We might got it. I don't know. KSP2 was a mess. It's a cute shirt. Yeah, we'll see where it goes. But you know, if I'm stretching to find things that are good to say about it, then what I would stretch and say is their media pack is real good. I really like the introduction. You know, it's got almost a Fallout sensibility to the. You know, not one of the good Fallouts either, but a Fallout sensibility to the, you know, let's play on the 50s aesthetic of I don't know. It's good. I like the smell of it. And then you bite into it, and that's something we don't need to talk about here. So, we have we have a lot of mods installed right now, but the main thing here is Probes Before Crew. Probes Before Crew recommends Strategia, which is, it enables, actually the administration's building out here. Look at all this. Look at all this good stuff. You got all kinds of different strategies that you can use, and they're way more interesting, way more useful than any of the strategies that are in the stock game, if you ask me anyway. And in fact, one of the neatest things here is that a lot of these, if I click on Moon Probes, and we look over at this strategy is actually a mission. While the mission is active, while you're hanging on to it, you'll have these effects active, and it'll be changing the metrics on how many funds you get, and increases the likelihood of receiving contracts for whatever body you've selected. So it's got effects, but it's also a contract that when it's fulfilled, you've completed it and it's taken away. This is a brilliant use of the administration center, and absolutely pairs beautifully with Probes Before Crew. If you're going to do PBC, then include Strategia as well. Pull it down through CCAN, it'll recommend it. We've also got ScanSat installed, and hopefully that'll work. It's completely untested on my end of things. And as of right now, we're starting up the game. The only contract available to us, leave the launch pad. We think we've finally done it. A rocket design that won't immediately explode on the launch pad. One that should actually fly for at least a few seconds. Go test this theory and take this barrier made of twigs with you. Oh, I see. To protect myself, my gonads. We don't want another repeat of what happened to our last agency administrator. Yeah, so tuck it back while we launch our first craft is what we're going to do. Let's see. I liked the world building, but that's all they had, says Cute Shark. Yeah. So they ordered that first. Like, they actually made this into a game, and then they ordered that first, and now they just need to build the game for KSP2. Into the VAB, I suppose. And we'll build our first craft, which again is going to be Probes Before Crew. Oh, hello, Werner von Kerman. How are you doing? Hello, I'm Werner von Kerman, and you don't have enough breath to be reading everything that comes onto stream. Didn't you just say you need to slow down and take care of yourself? Thank you, Werner. That's yeah. You reminded me. So, we start out with, we've got the Stay Putnik, we've got the Might and the Flea solid fuel boosters. What else have we got in here? First parts. We've got the little basic fin, the very small boy. No landing legs, no heat stuff. We've got just the one basic battery. We do have an antenna, and it's the Communitron 16. The 16, which is non-retractable and a little bit heavier because it's heavier duty. And you can just have it on the side of a craft while it's going around, whereas you have to retract the other antenna once we get that in. And we've got the 2-hot thermometer and some mystery goo. You're just pinning everything to its face? Why not? We've also got jetpacks and parachutes unlocked here, I think because it doesn't really matter. But yeah, that's the entirety of kit we have here to play with for our first launch. All of it is... Wait a second. All of it is just stapled to the, to the craft right now. We can grab and do whatever we want to do with it. Now, the Might is actually interesting. I think we should play with the Might. We should see what the Might can do. all on its own. I'm pretty sure I didn't do this the first time that I gave this a try. Doubt we're really going to need the dart fins there, but we will have them. Another thing to note is there's no parachute. I mean, you know, we could... that's a personal parachute for a Kerbal, so there's no parachute. It's a probe. Your first launch is intended to explode. That's beautiful, right? Explosions are the best part of Kerbal Space Program. They're the best part of waking up. It's Kerbal in your cup. So why wouldn't you, like, lean into that and be like, your first flight should crash? Well, right here, we say, yes, your first flight should crash. I don't want to make this thing unnecessarily heavy, and in fact, I'm only going to have one battery if I'm going to have any battery at all. The batteries weigh what again? 0.005, so they weigh the same as any of the smallest parts in the game, which should mean that I could counterbalance kind of like that. This is the one that's going to be problematic, and you know, we don't care that much about this flight, do we? Let's be honest with ourselves. Have we ever really given a toss? I'm going to take these off. You know what I might do? Is set up the center of mass and chuck that on there. And then... Yeah. It's supposed to explode. It just needs to go up a little bit before it does so. We will want to transmit back. You know what? Considering we will want to transmit anything and everything that we can get back while we're in the air and stuff, what I might do is go to three-sided symmetry, and then remove this one from symmetry, and then pull it off, and now we've got two on the back there, and we got the little thermometer going there. Just one of them. I don't think there's a good idea, in fact. Let's put it down here by your grundle, because then I'll be able to reach and touch all of the naughty parts of the rocket at once. It's just going to be convenient when I start molesting our rocketry for some reason. This mod is adding, like, actual sane gameplay. I don't trust it, says Hologram 1. Yes, it's amazing. It is what this game probably should have been. I mean, I know you want to get Kerbals in there immediately and get Jab up there and the characters and whatnot, but, you know, the mentality that was come to build this mod is the mentality that was needed for Kerbal, and I think this is the definitive way to play Kerbal Space Program for me, having tried it once. We need a breathe command to remind you to actually breathe for a moment. Okay, I'll try and put that in on a day off, but then I'll have to breathe more, is the problem. Figure out how to get the rocket up before worrying about it coming back down again. We don't even know if it will. It's just good. It's just good. I was gonna say that, kind of like the ice cream ping back in the day. Breathe, the breathe command. Okay. We have yet to prove what goes up must come down, so we simply send the rocket up and see what happens. I like that. That's a good mentality to have. So, what kind of delta V do we have? Just out of curiosity. From sea level, we're talking 1,493 meters per second. That's good. That's good for going up. And if it turns out that things which go up do not come down, we're going to be all set. 001, I have to remember, please remind me to name all of my vessels 00 and then a thing, okay? It just bothers the hell out of me that there are different sorting systems in place in different places in this game, and, you know, you'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then the 10th one will go back to below the 1 because now it's 1, 0. But it'll only do that in certain menus. Well, in other menus, it actually works. It bothers the hell out of me, so to avoid it, we just do 001. And what is this? Is the mighty might, because we're using a might SRB. Itchy. So save that craft, and anything else to be done to the craft. You could thrust limit it. You know what, let's have a little thrust limiting on it. It's at a 2.1? Is that what that says right now? It's a bit far away from me, from where I'm sitting. It's not that far. I like to take off these days. It's a 1.4 TWR is what I launch my vessels with. Nice balance of having a little bit of kick to them. but, you know, not pushing stupidly hard against the dense gases of the lower atmosphere. I think I almost said lower atmosphere. I think I should have said that. Now I did, so now we've done everything. Launch the vessel. If you're going to thrust limit for longer flight time, maybe adjust the fins so it spins stabilized instead of just tipping over. That would be, yeah, that would have been a good idea. Just a little bit of tilt to the fins. We'll do that on the next one that crashes back into the planet. SAS on, throttle to full. There's no throttling. It's basically what we're going to do is we're going to light the wick that, you can't see it, but it is over here. We're going to light it over here, and then we're going to run. In 3, 2, 1, let's take some science. Yeah, let's not actually, you know, wait a second there, Pawn. Let's do a telemetry report, which I don't know, is that a thing in Kerbal stock now? Or is this added by probes before crew? I think it might be added by PBC, that, you know, you have probe crew reports, basically. And the probe's onboard computers have successfully recorded current telemetry data for 1.4 science from the pad here. I'm going to save that, obviously, for when we get to the best place. I could have put a bunch on, but trust me, we'll get all of the science from around the KSC in due time. Log the temperature here. Temperature scan from launch pad looks good, and that being the only science that we can do without consuming the mystery goo there, we're just going to immediately transmit that data. We're literally ringing the Space Center from a little bit over here. We just called them up and sent them back. And we're getting that audio because of Chatterer. And I've got Chatterer, and I've got an extended pack of audio sounds that just... it fills out the world for you. Hear the wind in the background? In 3, 2, 1, launch! Okay. Observe the mystery goo.
Oh no!
Well, it turns out things that go up do tend to come down. And when you massively imbalance their weight, they come down even faster. Huh. We're learning something. Where's Houston? Houston is, he's off getting me an oxygen tank. I don't think it comes down because of the going up. No? Oh, it was either that or it had something to do with putting all of the weight on just one side of the craft, but we won't know for weeks. Can I? Yeah, let's, alright, back to the Space Center. I'm pretty sure that was a successful flight. Right? Wasn't the contract just to fly a little bit? Was there an actual altitude to be achieved? Or did I actually complete that mission? We completed that mission. We're ready to open up the space. Let's go to the moon. We've proven everything. Look at this. Reach the upper atmosphere. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Now that we know our rockets are flight-worthy... Gene, what launch were you watching? It's time to push them as far as they can go. It was... As far as they can go was a little bit over there, Gene. It was just it was about 12 feet off the launch pad. Step 1 is reaching the upper atmosphere. The upper? I'm pretty sure we didn't reach what would be considered the lower, Gene. I'll take it. We could test something and get some, like, new equipment without having to get new equipment. Yeah, if we test the hammer, quote-unquote, we're testing it, then we get it for free for the sake of the test. So, hammer, where? At the launch site. So just from the launch pad, just using it it will count as a test. Okay. Yeah, those two things are what we're going to do next. Maybe if it went up normally, it would stay up. We need further experimentation, indeed. And now we push it 13 feet. Yeah, it was about 12.5 feet over here. Let's see if we can't hit 13. Back into the VAB. I'm not going to buy any new tech. Because, I mean, why would... We're doing so well so far. Why would we buy... I mean, I don't need any of that now. let's use the hammer, which we have for the sake of experimentation. They have given it to us for free. And Latra hologram 1 was suggesting maybe we not be stupid, which I don't know. It doesn't sound like a good plan to me. It kind of offends my brand, you know. It's always been my brand to. So we're just going to put a little bit of they're not quite up and down anymore to them, and that'll keep the vessel spinning as it goes up. And this time we'll actually try and balance the weight, shall we? In fact, I will put 3 of these things on here. How we're going to transmit all that back as data is a question that I'm not going to answer. But we do only need the 1 thermometer. If we're not, you know, going out and trying to buy a parachute, which I don't think we should. Clearly we don't need it. We're kicking ass and taking names here. Is there anything else that... Yes, batteries. Many batteries. If you want to be able to transmit all that data back before it comes down and explodes, then you're going to want many, many batteries, Pawn. Let's do from back here. And we'll put them in like that. Yeah, I like the look of it, too. Now, we don't have any, like, action grouping or anything right now, or else I would do that in order to make the taking of science a bit easier. She's saying that with the hammer we have 2,231 meters per second of delta V from sea level, presuming that's still at sea level. It is. It's altitude from 0 kilometers, aka sea level. Let's go ahead and thrust limit it. And boom, I hit 1.4 on the first click. I'm good at the game. This will be the 002. The hammer is my penis. Also itchy. This appeared as a moral dilemma because at first it was weird, though I swore to eliminate the worst of the plague that devoured humanity. It's true I was vague in the house, so how can it be that you have shown me the light? Oh, I put in 3. Thank you for telling me in chat. 002. It's a brand new day. The sun is high. Let's launch a goddamn rocket. Are we good? I think we're good. Let me just do the staging. Okay. Wait. Good. And launch. New tech. This is the pinnacle of science. The absolute cutting edge. Yes. What we did was we found a barrel out back. We painted it these colors and put more of the stuff that we put in the first one into this second one. We're pretty sure that we've just completed quantum physics. There are no more questions in the universe. SAS on throttle to anything as though it matters. And we already took the temperature here. Let's see if it's worth anything to take it again. No? Okay, but what we can do is observe mystery goo from the pad that we didn't do before. And we're just going to have to transmit it. How much does it cost to transmit this? I'm curious, in electricity. We don't have an antenna. I forgot one thing. There was only one thing. That's good, because now we've got that goo and we're going to take it back in, and we won't have to get that reading next time, I guess. That's why that was a good thing, that I did fully intentionally, is how I did it. You guys didn't say anything either, so it's your fault too. I forgot the antenna. We only have like 6 parts, so it's fair that I would forget 1 out of 6 of them. We appear to have discovered a minor design flaw in that the ship cannot provide data, yes, and it cannot return itself, as we haven't invented the parachute yet, but someone in R&D was recently talking about what if we took a bed sheet. Now, hear me out, he said, hear me out, and then we all left and went and got tacos. Snapping and absolute snapping. Nope, absolute with snapping. So I'll touch it in that direction. I'll touch it in that direction. And I'll touch it in this direction. And then if we bang back and forth, we should see that they match. You know, except for the colors being different. But otherwise, they match. Okay. So now we've got the antenna on there. The Hammer is My Penis Mark II is what we'd call it, but we didn't launch it, so it doesn't count. I could take one of these off, but that would require more of my time and patience, and I don't have any of those to give. I'm just the guy who claps in the launch room. They unplugged my computer. We just need some bodies, okay? The last couple of times we launched stuff, it kind of looked... I mean, on TV, it looked a little bit... It was sad, you know? It was like clap, clap, clap. It was a golf clap, you know? It just didn't... It sounded like this. We need a couple of bodies, so what I need you to do is put these pens in your pocket, wear these thick rimmed glasses. If anybody starts talking to you, talk about World of Warcraft. We need them to believe that you're a geek, okay? You're a scientist. Okay. So now we've got that data, and we got all of it because we didn't transmit it, so I don't think there's anything that we have to do here. SAS on, throttle to full, and in 3, 2, 1, fire. There is no SAS, by the way, either. I keep SASing and throttling to full. There is neither SAS on this craft, nor is there any control by throttle. So, yeah. Let's observe the mystery go. Okay, we've done that. Can I... You know what I'm going to have to do here is I'm going to have to get into locked camera mode so that I can find the the temperature, log the temperature. Good. And then we'll just transmit it. Is anybody getting a little vommy? Transmit everything you've got there. Yep, we're fine. And to be perfectly honest with you, I don't think we're going to get any other, you know, we're going to hit atmosphere high enough to get a different kind of data. We'll see. But does anyone know off the top of the head when we get into quote-unquote upper atmosphere? Did say you should action group the science. We don't have access to action groups at this point in a career mode. I don't think he has action groups, no. We got a really good turn down toward the mountains. Usually you'd want to go toward water. But, you know, this is good too. Whatever our highest height is, and it's right now, I'll hit the mystery goo over it just in case it's worth anything. And it's just flying at Kerbal, it's not upper atmosphere, so it won't be worth anything to transmit that. And collecting it is a waste because we're not... I don't think this is going to land on its own. It might. We'll see. Let's 4 times fizz that sumbitch. It might land and bounce in a weird way, and we can bring all of the science back. It appears to be moving downwards again. Yes, it does. What's our radar altitude? 700, 600, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, impact. Okay, well, it didn't leave a hole. So I think that's the most interesting part of what we've observed here today. No hole. Don't catch it. Okay, that was a successful flight. Back to the Space Center. We got some more science out of it, I'll tell you what. Let's see if the lab coats have come up with anything for us that might make these flights leave a hole in the ground. Something to make it sharper, pierce. You know, we're looking for penetration on these impacts there. What kind of science do we have? We got 22.5 science after launching those first 2 craft. We're going to buy into these tiers regardless. What are we starting with? We're going to get the swivel. We're going to get the hammer, which we only had before because we were experimenting with it, which paid out. I'm pretty sure we only made 4,000 off of the... So I don't know where that money came from. Something paid out anyway. We'll get the shrimp solid fuel, and we'll get the smallest liquid fuel containing fuel tank. And then in Engineering 101, we will get the standard TD12 decoupler. We'll get an adapter for the small parts to the standard parts, from the size 6 to the 12. And we'll get a modular girder segment. So take both of those, 5 each. and we cannot afford anything else in terms of science as of yet. Scientists were confident that wouldn't happen. Now they'll have to recalculate us. What wouldn't happen? In fact, things when sent up, then come back down. It's quite unusual. Ah, I see. Yes, yes. Maybe we can catch it in some sort of giant trampoline. You know, you say that, and it immediately reminds me of, in Africa, they are delivering drugs and blood and stuff like that by drones, and a giant trampoline was basically their method of catching the drones at first, and I think it still is. It's a more advanced trampoline, but before, in their first attempts at engineering these drones and figuring out how they were going to work, I believe they literally threw a bunch of mattresses out onto the ground and then, you know, tried to just steer that drone down into the mattresses. I think there might have been a more advanced, like, catching system, but I believe mattresses were involved in the first tests, anyway. Alright, so we've got those parts, and do we still have the same contract? We've cleared out at least one, right? We're still trying to reach the upper atmosphere here. But we've got a haul the Mark 16 parachute into flight above Kerbal mission, which means we could get that parachute before we're supposed to have it, and actually be able to return one of these craft. So, what do you want me to do? At altitude of 9 to 13K, and a speed of 100 to 180, deploy it. That's a weird request. Parachute, so this is that weird bedsheet idea then. Yeah. It just came back from laundering. We had to get some yellow spots out of it. Ugh. I'm just getting more comfortable here. I really dislike that mission. You know, what it's asking me to do with the parachute anyway. It's going to be hard to do. It's going to have to be a liquid fuel kind of a thing, where we slow ourselves down on return. But it gets us a parachute. It gets us a parachute. Now, the other thing to say is, we still only have the stay put in it. So where the hell would the parachute even go anyway? Is another question that you could ask. I think I'm not going to do it for all of those reasons. It's a little bit... shouldn't be here. Not going to work with our parts. I think I'm not going to do it. But I will take a mission to haul the TD-12 in and pop it. No, I won't. Because of the height you want it at. The swivel, if we did use liquid fuel, they'll give us about $4 or $5 grand to test it on the launch pad. I don't need that right now. If we use the flea booster, another $4 or $5 grand to test it at the launch pad. That's not really... We're not ready to do any, you know, surveys or anything, I shouldn't think. The hammer, when it's suborbital at an altitude of... yeah, that'll happen. None of these missions are really things that can be reasonably done. I agree with you, Paul. Let's stick with the trampoline idea. I think it's out of the spirit of probes before crew as well to have parachutes. I mean, if they wanted us to have parachutes at this point, they would have given us parachutes at this point. And also, we're using the Stay Putnik. It doesn't have an attachment node for the standard Mark 16 parachute on it. If it were radial parachutes, it's a different story, but all of the things we're saying, that's really not supposed to happen here. Suborbital, TD-12 at 38 to 44. None of these missions are, like, a good idea, so we're not going to do any of them. We're just not going to do any of them. We got money. We're fine. We'll be fine. If God wanted things to survive falling, he'd have made the ground squishy. Yeah. And then maybe it would make a hole in the ground when it returns instead of just vanishing. Back into the VAB, we've got new parts. Bubble wrap, that's a good idea. I'm pretty sure several thousand times, you know, per semester, a number of children attempt to deorbit an egg with bubble wrap, and that always works out. So I'm just going to get rid of that entirely. And we're still, you know, working on the Stay Putnik here without any SAS. Do we want to try a liquid fuel kind of a solution here? I'm gonna buy into this adapter anyway, because if we want to get big, we're gonna get big like that from now on. What else do we pick up? Yeah, we're gonna need one of you in a minute, but was there something else? And we'll be using you as well, sure. Yeah, and we're gonna want those. I'm just going through the list, I might as well pull them out. Decouplers. That's gonna be helpful. I think that's the main thing that we got there. Don't need any girder segments. So if we're going for upper atmosphere, we could definitely get there with liquid, but I really like the idea of making it happen on solid fuel. It would be so hard to do because we don't have any SAS, we won't have any gimbling engines, we won't have any authority at all. But that's kind of what makes it worth trying, too, in my mind. So, what about this? I want to be silly. I want to be silly with this. It's the early game. Let's go kind of crazy with things. What if, we had this skinny old shrimp SRB that from, you know, sea level, it's saying gives us, without any weight on it so far, 2,750 meters per second, and then below that, we don't have a decoupler that's the correct size for this kind of a thing, Paul. And I don't want to be cheaty like that, you know? I could absolutely be cheaty like that, but I just don't want to be cheaty like that. With the shrimp, let's put some stuff on and see, you know, I don't know. Like maybe we just got to keep it up, pointed upright a little bit longer is the idea there. Let's just do 2 batteries this time. Try and minimize the weight, try and keep as much of our Delta V as we can. Again, I'm going to do this, though, so I probably should have stolen something from the other craft. Yeah, like that. And then if we touch it over here, and we touch it over there, on the blue side, then that should be perfectly top dead center. If I switch from absolute to local, I can verify that. It is top dead center. The additional length here will give the fins more authority, and if I put more on, you know, a little bit of angle to them, it'll keep us spinning. I think it's probably going to be the same results, you know, but to hell with it, kind of a thing. Science me. We'll have 2 mystery goos, just in case. We only have use for one of them, but, you know, again, this is as cheaty as I want to be right now. And you don't really weigh anything. I don't need 2 of you. It'll be 1 of you, it'll be right there. Yeah. And Dramacian, but you were the first subscriber when I came back. How are they making you subscribe again already? Thank you so much, Dramacian. Twitch, keep sucking the money out of it. No, thank you, Dramacian. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. 55 months. But what explains that? You just did that like a week and a half ago, if that. A week ago it was. 003. The repeated errors. Special thanks to ECL GMG. Do you want your name on this thing? Because it's on there. You guys screwed. This is with all the Delta V or all the weight that I've added to it, we're now below 2,000 meters per second, but honestly, 2,000 meters per second is fine to reach upper atmosphere. I think it's fine to reach upper atmosphere if we could, you know, keep going up the whole way, and I think that's going to be our main problem, and it's not going to happen, but I do want to give it one more try before we just switch over to liquid, where we'll have gimbling and we'll be able to hold ourselves erect. But this is what we want to do right here, right now. 003 repeated errors, let's give it a go. TWR adjustments? Oh yeah! I guess I'll do them from the pad, because I forgot. And you can do them from the pad with SRBs. Send it, says a cute shark. We could just send it. Maybe the additional speed will just keep it straight or something. But you can't make those TWR adjustments from the pad. I swear you can. I swear I have been able to in the past. Alright, never mind. We could always just ball it. I guess we're just going to launch it then. I can't be bothered to take it all the way back. Look at what a walk that is. You know? I'm pretty sure we didn't use a crawler to get this out there. I'm pretty sure somebody just put it on their back and lugged it over here. What the hell are we keeping in that, by the way? Is that like an underground little... Is it a time capsule? What is that? SAS on, as it will do nothing for us. Throttle to full, as that will do nothing for us. Pull up your meters and make sure that you're observing your apoapsis, because when you hit space, you're going to want to do a lot of... In 3, 2, 1, go. Just say, stay TDC. Stay top dead center, and we'll get there. Craft. You and me, we're going to space today. It's already starting to not spin as much because of the... I presume because the atmosphere is less here. We're making good height this time. I think it was a good idea to not do any thrust limiting. We're gonna have to do this view again. Okay. I don't know what height we're going for here, but I think 20K is probably upper atmosphere. Look at the, yeah. So let's observe some mystery goo. Kerbin's upper atmosphere, and indeed, 20K is probably that line. Log the temperature while we're up here from the upper atmosphere, and finally, give me a telemetry report while we're up here. Yep, from upper atmosphere. All right, what's our height going to be now that we've all vomited? Oh, by the way, all those sounds that you're hearing, like pops and stuff like that, this audio mod supposedly accurately represents, or fairly accurately represents, sonic booms, which means if your camera is up here when you're traveling at the speed of a sonic boom and you go back there, then you will hear the boom every time the camera crosses the sonic boom line. By the way, I'm supposed to transmit this data, I'm pretty sure. Because I don't think this thing's coming back. Transmit everything you got. Are we going to have enough juice for it? If that's it, that's it. We did have enough juice, and we're left with about 80. About 80 electrical charge after that. Brilliant. SAS off, as though it was doing anything in the first place. Sonic poof. The fax is coming in at ground control. Yeah. I listened to that. I'm not old, shut up. I listened to that many an hour in my life. In fact, I learned how to whistle in the correct frequency so that I could do it myself. I could communicate with the gods of the internet. And then sometimes I would break into the Voyager, you know, opening. Is that the Voyager opening? I'm not even sure what I'm whistling there. Get the trampoline! Run, run! Put the phone on the modem. Pawn can't whistle for shit. Not right now, anyway. I actually can. Usually, I used to. There's a song I could play in my little collection of songs that I have here that I occasionally play during a live stream break that I made. Yeah, I'll play it. I'll play it on our first break. Holy crap! We brought some shit home, everybody. This is a recoverable, reusable stage. Clock District caught the SRB. The trampoline worked. Can I call up NORAD and whistle the launch codes? If I knew them. Holy God. I wish I'd been paying more attention when that happened, because I didn't... Wait, can we still make Twitch? Are you still doing this thing where it's like moment? Does that make a moment? Create a moment. Clip of the moment has been captured. We returned this safely to Kerbal without a parachute, somehow. I miss when people would use a whistle to make phone calls on payphones. Yeah, the Captain Crunch. Captain Crunch whistle. If you don't know, the cereal Captain Crunch once included a child's whistle that just so happened to be the exact frequency that the old payphone system used to use to verify that you would put a quarter in. So you could go up to the payphone and use this whistle that you got out of a box of Captain Crunch, and it would register that you had put a quarter in. You could make free calls. I believe that's how the Captain Crunch whistle worked. You could make free calls from payphones. And then I think they made the tone more complicated, and so then what you did was you just recorded that tone onto a little pocket, cassette thing, and then you could still make... Alright, can I go back? This is one of the things that KSP should have fixed, Squad should have fixed. Like, if I want to go back to the Space Center at any time, put it there. I don't need to have a probe to not be in this scene. Why make me hit an extra key? Just let it be there. Why isn't it there? Why would they put in extra code to make it so that it wouldn't pop up if you didn't have control of a vessel? That makes no sense. What are you doing? Back to the Space Center. Clock District, you were injured when you caught the SRB, but it's okay because you're Australian? I would believe it. No, the Captain Crunch tone signaled the call ended, so you could continue dialing while the phone company no longer countered. Oh, really? So it signaled the call had ended, so you could do long-distance calls with the thing. You'd start out with your own quarter, but then you could just talk indefinitely on the Captain Crunch whistle? Is that how that was done? I got a wheelchair until my legs are fine, so I could just wheel it back. I got a wheelchair too, just for having to leave the house. I'm a little bit disabled over here these days. But that was super successful. We absolutely cleared the mission, and look, we're up to 120 Kerbucks. That's what they're called, right? Kerbuckazoids, maybe? Something like that. And we got 22.4 science out of the deal. Gene, what would be our next thing to do? Enter into space. I love the phrasing of this stuff, and I feel that they have redone it. That not Squad has redone it, but I think Probes Before Crew has redone it. And it's better. The language is better. Whoever did it is better than it used to be. We are so close to escaping the atmosphere entirely. Just a bit further. Maybe more boosters? Definitely more boosters. It will be to space with us, I think, next. Although we could pause and just have a look at, like, focused observational survey stuff. Crew report in flight above 17K near a certain site would get us, we're in medium difficulty mode. Little bits of money here and there. They don't hurt us at all. We looked at all that stuff and it was a bad idea. Ooh, but the TDO60 coupler. That's the one we didn't have last time that I would have put on if we had it. So running this test gets us something we don't have yet. We'll probably get it just by buying it. before we launch the next mission, but let's see. So we just have to test it at any point? Launchpad test? Okay. So we can just walk outside and do that whenever we want it, and look at how much money they're going to give us for this. Test the TD-06. Oh no, on an escape trajectory out of Kerbal. Ah, I see. I see. Does it say that? Yeah, escape trajectory right there. Okay. My brain kicks in and out at various points here. There's a spooter that lives in my shower frame. I named it Fred. You are Australian. So when you say spooter, you mean like a arachnid larger than your face then, right? Is what you're saying? Ah, he's a cute little spooter, because you're Australian, so that's just... We gotta take that. Look at all the money we get, and we get access to a part that we want. Okay. Let's see. I actually helped a spider out last night. Came in through my window. I've got a really crappy setup for my window screen. We don't have a screen that matches this window. When I bought the house, these are old windows. Just a few of them I haven't replaced on this side of the house, and the one that's in my room is one of them that isn't replaced, and so it didn't have didn't have a screen for it. It's an old window, so it's not like you could just make one out of vinyl, and because we've got all the makings for them if we did. So what we ended up making, what my father made, was out of just chunks of wood and window screen. I've got a thing that's flimsy and it kind of bends and you can shove it in there and then it wedges, kind of a deal. So a very rickety little setup that holds the window open above it when you shove it in as well. It's an old window, it doesn't hold itself open. And that means that there's a lot of ways in and a very big spider. Now, it's nothing in comparison to what you see over there in, down under. But a very big spider for around here walked over onto my bed, and I went, okay, no, I can't live with just letting that guy be somewhere in this room, and somewhere near my bed. No. So I went and grabbed him, and, grabbed him up with a deli container, leftovers, deli container, and took him outside and went to release him, and, I hadn't harmed the man at all. And I released him, and he was all it was like he got his own legs tangled up, and it's probably she. She got her own legs tangled up in her own legs or something. She freaked out so much. And then as I was walking away, she got herself righted eventually, but she came out of it like she had literally bound herself in her own web or something. And I went to walk away, and I felt thread all over me, and she'd been inside the damn thing. I think she just shit silk like crazy in panic, tied herself up, and managed to get so much of it, invisibly all over everything that I ended up covered in thread, trying to be a friend. Ugh. Funny how you talk about the size of our spiders, yet some of the smaller ones are still very deadly. Yeah, that's the way of it, isn't it? Usually the smaller ones are the deadly ones. They've got the most concentrated death within their, wherever they keep the death there. That's why we burn spiders, gross things. Oh, jeez. Well, I wasn't going to set my house on fire. I helped it outside. So we could buy more tech. Since now, what are we trying to do? We're trying to go to space. We almost made it last time. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more speed going straight up would have gotten us there. Let's see what they're offering, or rather what we could get. We've only got 22.4, which means we could have any one of these, but not two. So, again, pay attention, because this is what the Probes Before Crew mod is doing, primarily. Number one is the rebalancing of this tech tree. Look at this tech tree. I love it. I love it. And a lot of this stuff is, unless you've got the mods that it's supporting, it's not there. But I love this tech tree. I love it. Down here, we've got some stuff that's, there's no parts in it, because I don't have the mod that it's doing. Hydroponics, this is like Kerbal life support systems. It's, one of the mods that does Kerbal, that you need to have food on board and water and stuff like that. And plants to generate air if it's going to be a long mission and that sort of a thing. I don't want any of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do like to strand my Kerbals, and I don't want to have to worry about them actually having snacks. I want to just be able to say, she's got snacks. So pay attention. This is how the rebalancing has been done, and this is, what has made Kerbal just so much more playable for me in the career mode. The TDO60 coupler we've already got unlocked because of an experiment. We would get the Reliant, we would get the Thumper, and a slightly larger fuel tank out of General Rocketry. Out of Stability, some nose cones, Fin, larger version of the doesn't do a damn thing, doesn't have any control surfaces, Fin. We'd get some SAS, which means we could actually do things with SRBs without going to the liquid fuel yet, and we'd get the barometer for more science in, radial decoupler, and a service module. We could start tucking our science away instead of having it pinned to the outside of the ship. Better aerodynamics. And finally, under survivability, we would get the smallest of the heat shields, which I'm pretty sure has no function in the game. I'm pretty sure this heat shield does not actually occlude any of the parts that it would need to occlude to be helpful for a re-entry. And doesn't have enough weight to keep you, keep any vessel that you make pointed in that direction that you'd want to bring back. I'm pretty sure this heat shield is almost useless after I tried to use it in a number of different ways and could not figure out. I just couldn't get it to work, and eventually I just put the bigger heat shield on it, and the regular-sized heat shield actually does the occlusion that you need, but I don't think that one can actually, accomplish anything that would be useful for you. We'd get the Octo, okay? That would have more electricity, some of its own SAS as well, or some of its own reaction wheels anyway, internally. Small shield works, but it's really lightweight and is super painful to balance the craft. I just don't think, most of the sizes of things that would go behind it are actually slightly bigger, and in all of my attempts to use the damn thing, it kept overheating everything that was behind it. So it wasn't actually, and these are lightweight craft, and they're not being, there shouldn't be anything pulling them off of their re-entry into atmosphere. My experience was that I couldn't keep anything occluded from the kind of heights where you would really need a heat shield to occlude something. Maybe it can be done, but I think it's functionally useless. You should just slap the bigger one on, regardless of how it looks, because it's more trouble than it's worth. We'd get the Octo here, we'd get electric panels. Our first electric panel would take us a long way. We'd get an inline battery bank, a small radiator that we won't use for 1,000 years. We'd get the retractable antenna, we'd get the micro landing strut, and we'd get our first real parachute. This is the one that I like. That looks really good to me. The other things that we get out of these are nice and all. It would be nice to get some extra science and stuff, but I like this stability. I like getting a probe that doesn't suck. I think I've bought it. And you see what's going on there, too, with the little pops there. The amount of science that you have and a number of different resources are being managed by our Probes Before Crew mod through a series of other mods that Probes Before Crew is using to make all this happen. And that might even be a part of the Strategia mod that's helping to override and handle some of the science stuff. But however it's working, boy is it working, it's good stuff. And right now we could actually start up we could have a strategy right now. Free ice cream from Walt Kerman of Public Relations, basically the marketing department for us. We've come up with a crazy idea, giving out free ice cream at the Space Center, which, remember, NASA was selling and giving away, and lots of the freeze-dried ice cream. That was a big push for them. Not when I was growing up. I'm too young. The public will absolutely love us. If we push the program far enough, we'll get better rewards for rescuing Kerbals. They'll get ice cream when they land, and maybe even be able to get a discount on hiring new astronauts. Free ice cream! It would cost us 5,000 every 30 days that we have the strategy active. It would give us an additional 2.5 reputation every 30 days, and reputation given would be lost when the strategy is deactivated. So it would be temporary reputation that we could use to I don't know, get better contracts or something like that. I don't really understand how the reputation system works. But it would cost us $35,000 to set it up, $5,000 every month, and it would increase our reputation gained. And it's got a cute little story behind it. This is all just cool. Even the stuff that you're like, I would never use that, it's still just cool to, look at. Yo, free ice cream, right? Who doesn't want them? Do have some ice cream in the freezer. Now, restrain yourself. You got some DQ ice cream sandwiches? All right, everybody, let's eat ice cream. Never mind restraining ourselves. We're all together now. Everybody apparently has some ice cream. Let's do it. I'm not, because I can't have that kind of sugar anymore. That's way too much. All right, so what the hell are we doing? I've forgotten what my life was about in the time that it took. We looked at some tech is what we looked at. We're trying to go to space. We have an available mission slot, but nothing really is fun. I mean, nothing is doable. Wait, no, we haven't even taken the enter into space. And I've got the decoupler. I didn't take so you take the damn mission, you fool. Oh, goodness. My brain is definitely not working correctly. You guys got to yell at me a little bit more. Into the VAB. So, we've got the TD06, even though we didn't buy into that, tech tier yet, I think. We didn't, right? So if I go to decouplers, we have it as a result of it being an experiment. I mean, that's why I haven't had to pay for it yet. That's the wrong one. It's this one anyway. Yeah, experimental part. Right, so we've got that to work with this time. And we're just going to try and go to space with a probe. It's probes first. I'm going to throw everything away. I'm going to throw everything away. We got enough parts that we can play around. Let's buy into the Probodyne Octo. This one will have more electricity on board. It's got 50 instead of, I think, 10 for the Probodyne. Yeah, the Stay Put Nick only has 10, so please drop that. Thank you. We got 50 here, and we've got a little bit of reaction wheels in here to help us with stability. Let's go liquid for our attempt at the spaces. So let's buy into the swivel. And I'll buy into the hammer. What the hell? Let's spend the money to open up the basic kit while we're passing through. Don't need the girder segment. Everything else. What else did we buy into that isn't unlocked yet? Landing struts. We won't need them for a while. I mean, we could try and bring this one down. Yeah, what the hell? We'll unlock it. And we've got the little heat shield, which, as I said, is kind of useless. I'm not even going to bother. Can definitely want our solar panels for later, and to hell with it. We've got the money, spend the money, buy into the Communitron. And we're still just working with the same science here, buy into the parachute. Okay. So, we're going to try and bring this one down. It would be nice to have a little generation on there. And I don't mind just slapping it on. However, I do have a problem with just leaving it, like, hanging out like that. I'm sorry, I've got to tuck it in a little bit. It's just what I got to do. From here, we could use the adapter here to go out to the big size of things. And then we could actually use that as sort of... it's not going to work that way, is it? It's going to pull down... Yeah. When we're returning... and we're in the atmosphere, we're going to come down parachute first, is how that would end up working. Unless it was so lightweight at that point that the SAS could hold it. That's possible. I'll tell you what else could help that is if I put an inline battery toward this side of the craft. Before I did that. That might help with the whole, getting it... Nah, it's not going to. It'll come down face first. Doesn't matter. We're not going to generate enough speed to where it's going to, make anything pop. That's my plan anyway. We'll have the retractable antenna this time. I don't want two of them. And in fact, this guy is 0.005, and the smallest panel here is also 0.005. So let's do that. And then we'll still be, weight balanced, relatively speaking. I'm going to have you sitting straight up and down, though, if you don't mind. This is, you know, I'm a bit of a designer when it comes to this kind of stuff. I do like the snap. I do like moving everything around. It's funny because I just saw my old, like, I don't even know what version of KSP it was, but my YouTube video where I was, you know, helping to announce and release Noah Craw, Probes Before Hose. Welcome in. I just watched a video where I was doing the announcement for whatever version they had integrated all this stuff up at the top, where we've got the move tool, place tool, rotation, reroute tools. And the one thing that I said, I don't get what that's about, really, was the offset tool that's now just called move, which is a, you know, better name for it. Why make it sound complicated? And I said, I don't understand what that's for. And that's the one that I use the most now, you know. But we were coming from an era of KSP where, you know, it didn't make sense. Why would you have that? That's stupid. What? Why would you offset things like this? All these parts should snap together. There's a way that they snap together. They're supposed to snap together on nodes. It's so weird. Was where I was coming from. We're going to have a problem. I'll tell you what, we're not going to have a problem. I'm going to put this on this side. Okay? And that slightly changes. It's not going to make any impact on us. 2 mystery goos right here. You know what you could be doing, Pawn? What? You could be putting all this stuff into that little bay that you got. You got a... It's not a payload, huh? What is it? Is it structural? Did we buy into the one that had that? Maybe we didn't buy into that one. Okay, so I couldn't be, so that's even better. There's something wrong with my Windows. It keeps bleeping at me for some reason. I don't know. Or maybe that wasn't... Maybe that's your computer, actually. You, viewer. Your computer is making sounds on my live stream. Could you check into your Windows installation? What's going wrong? Who gifted me a sub, asked Noah. Well, it would probably be... I can build a bay with a structural beam? I can tell you, actually. Jesus, I hate that I can't remember off the top of my head. There were 2 people last stream who subbed, and one of them was 10 gift subs. And you know what? If I just keep sitting here and thinking about it, I'll remember it was Mr. Vatnadal. It was Mr. Vatnadal gave out 10 gift subs, so you were probably in that batch, Noah. Just put it below the adapter, stick stuff under there in the gap. No. This is fine. This is a beautiful... In fact, we're going to put this into into sub-assemblies. I'm going to be using this a lot in the program. This is excellent. Do you clear the thermostat as you open it? You do. The thermometer? I'm gonna pretend that you do. And in fact, it would probably be a better idea to have this on the other side. The reason I didn't is because we want to turn down in that direction. But I'll put that over there for clearance. Again. Yes, here we do go again. with Kerbal Space Program, with placing the same thermometer down. All right, so that's our... What is that? That's our payload. We're going to bring all that back. So now we just need to send it up. I love making small things. I love probes. And we said we were going to do this with liquid. This is already, that's a ridiculous amount of delta V, just those 3 of them. I'll bet you anything. With the swivel, it's not a ridiculous amount of delta V. This should be from sea level still, and it is. And it's 1,325 meters per second of DV, and it's offset. Hang on, you could put these on. Just they go out. They don't need nodes. Okay, that's an interesting. That's a way to go, I guess. I wouldn't have done that. Let's cover that up, and then our biggest SRB right now is just the hammer. We'll put a hammer down there. Please, hammer, don't hurt him. And the idea would be we're just going to go straight up. We're not trying to make orbit, we're just trying to break into space. So this could be enough, in theory. So from sea level, 827 meters per second of delta V. Let's say that were to get us up to, I don't know, 8K? Maybe it's more. Maybe it's more like 12 or something. But let's say it's 8K. And then from 8K, we've got 15. We basically got 1,600 meters per second of delta V. So we're talking about 820 plus 1,600. We're talking about like 2,400 dV there. If we're just going straight up, that makes it to space, probably, maybe. I think I'm willing to try that. But we need some fins, Pawn. For the initial stage where you're going up, and you don't have any gimbling, you don't have any authority, you will have a little bit of SAS this time. So just 3 little fins will probably, 4 little fins, 5, 6, 9, 12, we'll do 4 little fins. And it makes me want to sing a song by Kerbal. 4 little fins from somewhere are we? Do you know what I'm thinking of? 4 little fins, somewhere are we? Something? 4 little fins from I don't know. It's an old-timey 30s kind of a song. Hello, Maffycraft. How do you be doing? I'm sorry, I don't think I'm catching enough of chat. It's moving pretty, quick, I think, this time. And I don't look over enough, and in order to be able to read it from here, I've got it kind of zoomed in, so I probably only get 7 or 8 messages on screen at a time. What is this mission's goal, says Mephistopheles? It is to go to space. We just want to enter into space. Any kind of a suborbital flight will satisfy us. Ooh, you know what you just made me think of, though? Could I? I shouldn't. But could I? We've got another mission as well, which is to test the TD-06, and my idea would be, could I put it on here and then just blast it off somewhere? We just got to test... Oh no, it's got to be suborbital. Yeah, we're not going to worry about that right now. We should worry about that right now. I mean, I could move all of the equipment onto the smaller stage, and then we would be able to do that, and then we'd be completing both of them. I gotta move all... hang on, guys. I gotta undo everything that we've done and do it better. Just give me a little bit of a minute here, because this is a better idea. So we're gonna take that. I just want one of them. And, yeah. What a try. This seems way too advanced for something that just has to go up. Yes. Yes, but this is the joy of Kerbal for me, is being just putting way too much effort into a little thing. Right? Are you on there straight? You are, and then I'll tuck the U down here. See? And then that's a bad idea. I shouldn't have that there. I should have this like here. Yes. Yes? Yes. And then I can have you over here. Like so. And then that puts all the things that we want there, which means we're not using this decoupler. We're using the TD-06. It's an experiment. They're paying us a ridiculous amount of money to test that suborbital. Doesn't say it here, but I believe it ends up being over 100K between the advance and what they're going to pay out. So it's worth doing it. So a little bit of staging here. We'll do solid fuel. What's the TWR on this from sea level? Make sure our numbers are right. Get off the screen. So we're at sea level. TWR is 2.8. We didn't do bad pushing up faster than I usually would on our last mission, but I am going to do a little thrust limiting here. Let's go up a little bit faster than I usually would. Let's do like a 1.8. 1.78 is fine. We'll stick with that. So we'll do that. We'll break this off, switch to the liquid fuel, and then when we're coming back, we'll be coming back with our non-ablated butt into the wind, and to hell with it. Like, we're gonna survive that, aren't we? With the... should I put an ablator on here? And we'll lose more delta V, and then maybe we don't even make it to space anyway? I'll put an ablator on here. I'll put this little thing that I said has no use. It's worthless. It doesn't actually give you occlusion. It doesn't accomplish a damn thing. I'll put it on there anyway. What are we doing? Can I... there we go. That's what I was looking for there. put the little ablator on. It doesn't need to have all that ablator on it. It can just have 15 ablate. I'll have an ablator for later. Alright, we'll see how that goes. How much delta V do we have now? At altitude, it's saying 2,500. At sea level, it's saying 2,100. So we got like 2,300 meters per second. We're going to go straight up, and then with whatever liquid fuel we have remaining, we'll burn it out so that we're not just going straight up and falling down. But our primary goal will just be to hit the apoaps here. So this is the 4th craft that we've done in probes before crew, and it'll be a spacefaring vessel with cat girl maids. I looked over at chat, and of course a cute shark is talking about some kind of anthropomorphic sex symbol. To space! Oh no, wait, cat girl maids, ... in space! There you go. I personally, a cute shark, I prefer, Mahoromatic, I prefer android girl maids, who used to be, you know, cybernetic warriors for Earth, right? A little bit of Mahoromatic love. That's an old one. That's an old anime that I don't know how I saw it or why I saw it, but I saw it. And it's kind of brilliant, because it presents as though it's going to be one thing, and then it's a completely different thing. And then the thing that you think it is, it's not that either. It's kind of ridiculous. Juan, why have you been hanging around on empty spaces? I don't have enough blood in my brain right now to understand your joke. I'm sure it was very funny. And I probably said something that made it make sense, and I've immediately forgotten. So we fire the solid fuel, and then we break that off, go to the liquid, and then we break that off, and then we're coming home. Let's give the cat girl maids Mark 1. Breathe, man, breathe. Yes, yes. The breathing is only one aspect of it. There's also a blood volume issue in people with my disease that literally reduces the amount of blood that gets to the brain, and so staying flat is a really good idea. I'm just getting real flat right now. SAS on throttle to full. I've said those things on every previous launch, and they have meant nothing. This is the first launch where it actually means something. SAS will work, and throttle to full will have an effect here. We don't have any new science that we could gather from the launch pad, so I guess we're just going in 3, 2, 1, fire. Holy. We've got a little bit more TWR in here than I would usually have, but it seemed to work out for us in terms of trying to keep the last vessel upright when it was just on its SRBs, to just fire it up there real damn quick. Let's get this open so that we can see the apoapsis as it comes up. And I'll go ahead and switch over to radar altitude for when that becomes an issue. So we're turning to the west a little bit, but the SAS should be trying to hold us. It should be trying to pull us back. Holy! Alright, let's just, yep. The SAS should be something, he said. I could have swore I heard the man saying something about SAS. Yep, there we go. We're on our way. Okay, and then just in little blasts, little bursts. Okay, the atmosphere is still pretty dense down here. Nope, don't want it. All right, there we go. Apoaps is up to the 20K region there. Just, and we're almost up to 16, so yep, and there we go. Keep going. Keep her going. Up. And we have reached space. We made it. I got 27 meters per second in delta V to blow this out. Get us our wraparound. So long as the apoapsis, it's entirely possible that we don't get, let's just turn the SAS off there, that we lose so much of our apoaps from toppling in the wind that we still don't make space. I'm hoping we'll be fine. Yeah, we're coming up and going down. That was a good one. Launching with style. Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, it was. It was perfect. Might have wanted some fins on this part of the stage, I think, is for the atmospheric drag. Might have helped us out a little bit to have some fins on this side of things, but I think it went fine. There's a reason that I prefer probes before crew. Can you figure it out yet? Fins? What are fins? I don't know. I'm waiting to hit space here, and then I do need to pop some goo and stuff. Can we SAS at this point? We've got electric charge for years, and we're supposed to have some reaction wheels in here. Okay, yeah, no, it is trying. It is now trying, and we're almost to space. I just want to be ready to, you know, do some things. In fact, maybe I'll pin that and hold you open as well, and then have this up. And we're in space. So, telemetry report, observe mystery goo, log temperature. All of those things are now done, and what I would like to do is get on the west, if we can. Where's the west? Or no, the east, toward the 90, because that's where the ocean is, and burn everything we've got left in that direction. I doubt we're coming down on in water here. Planet spinning under us and other things. Okay, but we did get everything that we needed there. I presume I've taken everything else before. You know, now that we're in just upper atmosphere, we've had it before. Oh, but yeah, if I take it again, it'll be worth something. All right, we could transmit some of this stuff. Yeah, telemetry report, don't overwrite. What am I looking for? I'm looking for review the telemetry we've got. Go ahead and transmit that. Yeah, so that when we're landed, we might be able to get more science. Same with this. I want to review the data that we've gotten there and send it back. And by the way, we've also got, you know, electric generation on this thing this time. We're in atmosphere right now. You know, the drag will be... the reason why I'm keeping this around is for the drag. Yeah. Yeah. It'll help slow us down a bit, is the idea there. With this kind of altitude, I think we may have to consider it proven that things which go up must indeed always come down, which may prove greatly problematic towards our further space exploration efforts. Yeah, I mean, at this point, that's all we've ever seen, is that if you send something up, it's going to come down on you. What's our surface speed? We're gaining speed. Maybe I should drop this heavy part of the craft, since we're gaining speed. But if I keep rocking it back and forth... Yeah, see? Now we're slowing. This should be fine. Let's get rid of that. Couple of different sonic booms there. Yeah, there's another one. Alright, now it's safe to deploy the parachute. Where the hell are we? Where's the Space Center? Oh, there it is. Okay. Hey, this worked out pretty good. We are going to come down in water. All right. Successful mission, everybody. It's either in water or on the beach. That guy's about to hit the water down there. I'll pop it a little early. What the hell does it hurt? Yep. Splashdown of the part that isn't coming back. See if the egghead's little idea about the bed sheets work. Yeah, let's see. Doesn't look like they're fully deploying for some reason. Oh, okay. It kicked in. I do really like the parachutes these days. They look good. They still don't work the way that a parachute really should. And I think that... I mean, when you've got multiple parachutes, and sometimes it looks right, and a lot of times it doesn't, but whatever. Alright, give me 4 times fizz, because it's going to take a minute at 3 meters per second to get this thing down in the water, and then it's probably going to sink to the bottom. Actually, there isn't any buoyancy here that I can speak of. And you know... if I reset the goo container, which I think we can do, We could get goo data from the water. This is probably worth... What did... Review the data. This is the one from space. Right. Oh, well, we're definitely keeping the one from space, but it's the one... It's the one from upper atmosphere. It will be worth 5 to bring it back. I think that's actually worth more than what it would be in water, so I'm going to keep it. Alright, we're coming down here. When we hit water, I want to be doing this. Hello, we're in water, and yep, we're sinking. Log the temperature of the water. That's worth 2.9 science. And get me telemetry. That's worth 1.4 science. And before we get too deep, I just want to recover the vessel. Because if you let it get too deep, then it'll be like, oh, we're still going down. And then you'll have to wait until it, like, you know, actually settles on the bottom of the ocean before you can collect it. That's been my experience, anyway. So that was 32.7 science earned on that mission. A really good haul out of that. And we brought back 4,000 worth of the funds that it cost to launch the thing. Completed 2 missions while we were up there, which put us up to 205K. I want to see what that cost to launch us, because if we brought back 4,000, then that entire launch cost us 3,400, basically 3,500 to send this thing up, because we got 4,000 back off of it. And in the, you know, in doing its mission, I think it earned us about 100K. I don't think I knew things could sink in KSP. I didn't until I have played Probes Before Crew once, you know, leading up to this, up to the interplanetary stage before I restarted so we could do it together on stream. And this is where I found out that things can be, you know, so non-buoyant that they will actually sink. I'd never seen it before either, because when do you ever launch a craft, you know, and bring something home that's that lightweight and that small? I hadn't seen it before either. When are we going to raffle probe names? I did write a bot that will handle the raffling of names. I just have to start it, and I've actually got the Python script on my thing there. But that doesn't really... doesn't make as much sense to be naming probes after people. I'll tell you what, when we're going to leave a probe in space, maybe we should do that. We can make it the, you know, inaugural... Hologram 1, Acute Shark, Noah Craw, Orbital Comms Relay. That's a good idea, though. I'm glad you... Actually, I like that. So the next thing on the mission list here is to establish a stable orbit. We have been to space. We dipped our tongue in space. Now can we swallow? It'll be worth less in funds than it was to do the mission where we tested the, Wait, we didn't do the mission then. The TDO-6 decoupler, we have to do it... Well, we're on an escape trajectory. Oh, that's why they were going to pay me so much. It's escape trajectory of Kerbal, of the Kerbal SOI. I was thinking that it was suborbital. My brain is yeah, it's not making... But they're saying escape trajectory of Kerbal's SOI, and then test this decoupler. Well, that's something we're going to have to do. That I didn't plan on doing. Establish a stable orbit we're definitely going to take. Now that we know escaping the atmosphere is possible, we told you so, Jeb. Let's see if we can get our fancy hardware into orbit, and then back in one piece. So we need to send it up, give it an orbit, and bring it back before they'll pay us for this one. And it's worth a lot less than sending a probe, than firing a... sending a probe out of... Yeah. That, I shouldn't have taken that mission. I didn't realize what they were trying to give to us. You can tell the difference between the missions that were put here by Probes Before Crew and the ones that are being randomly generated by squads work. Pretty easily. But I'll tell you, friends, we absolutely need a live stream break. I'm getting lightheaded. I need to pee, and I need to stop talking for a minute, so we're going to have a live stream break so that I can get my my brain back around me. I need to get an ice pack on my neck and maybe turn a fan on me. So stick with us. across this this next break here. I'll try and be away 7 minutes or less, getting myself, into some nice negligee. Ooh, look at that! Look at the sunrise over Detroit, over the Detroit River right now. This is live footage of Detroit, in case you don't know. Bunch of different webcams that are running live on Detroit. But yeah, I'm going to take a little rest, a little 7-minute break. Meet us back here in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out. I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn livestream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. You will have to let me know how the audio quality has been affected. Don't be too picky, but I've got a fan blowing on me from a little bit across the room now, and the windsock, the muffler for this microphone went missing when the cats, took it for their own uses. They kept running off with it over and over and over again. What's going on down here? And I eventually just let them have it. And so I don't know where it is. I don't know if it still exists. In fact, there is a slight chance that I threw it away because I didn't want them swallowing it or something like that. But there was a distinct moment at which I said in my own head, okay, I'm not going to try and keep stopping them from taking it. And then, a couple of weeks later, I decided, I think I can live stream again. So now I don't have that. So what I've got over it right now is actually a small velvet bag that is usually used for holding jewelry, rings, that sort of a thing, that I have left over from Rex Skates, who sent me a number of rings and made our dog tags back in the day when we had Ronin Pawn official dog tags being made, laser printed. He was involved in that, and so it's I've got these little bags, and so I've just got a weird little velvet bag hung over the top of it to hopefully act as a wind screen for you. But we're in Kerbal Space Program today. I just want to quickly, make sure that none of my enemies are sneaking up on me here in Detroit. Looks good. I don't like the number of vehicles coming into Detroit in the morning. French Zelda Rule 30. What? We're in. oh God, infestation. Oh no, Jesus hell. Yes, we're in Kerbal Space Program today. Is the thing. And we're just starting up a brand new career. First day one of a new career in Kerbal Space Program in the Probes Before Crew mod, which I have decided is the definitive way to play Kerbal Space Program. Everything moves correctly, it's balanced appropriately, the game has pace now to it. And, it helps you a lot, it gives you good ideas about what to do next. The tech tree unlocks in a way that's incredibly satisfying. Everything, it's just, this is how Kerbal should have been. If not necessarily with probes first, it should have been balanced with this same eye and same care for gameplay and the experience of new players and what sort of challenges they'll face coming into something new. We just had a break so that I could get myself straight. I was starting to get a little bit lightheaded, and I've grabbed myself a chocolate organic low-fat milk, which I'm sucking through a straw because it's in like a little container that a kid would take to school. But chocolate milk tends to help me a little bit when I start to feel sort of low blood pressure-y. Or low blood sugary is a way. That's not the problem. But I imagine this is basically what that has to feel like. Yeah, so let's get back in. What are we doing now? We have been to space, but we didn't go round the planet. We're going to go round the planet now, is the plan here. And just to make sure I know what I'm doing, yes, establish a stable orbit and test this decoupler on an escape trajectory out of Kerbin. Whoops, shouldn't have taken that. But I've accidentally done it. And we've already we've got 56.2 science that we can spend here, so without thinking too much, we could just buy both of these tiers and be, up to sort of that tier 0, tier 1, tier 2 level of science, or I could sit here and faff about and try and decide what it is I want. Oh, hello. External radial mount camera. This must have come down with one of the mods that I installed just before the live stream here today. I was ScanSat, and then ScanSat got me looking at what is it, the raster prop. It gives IVAs. It allows developers to make, you know, very interesting IVA views where you've got controls inside the pod and stuff like that that you can look at. And this external radio camera must have come down with one of those, because it's the first time I've ever seen it. Customers who like multifunction displays with JSI software keep looking around for simple external camera options. This is a most primitive camera, but it works fine when you don't have a better one. I can just barely read. The text is so small from where I am, that's why I'm reading like this. But yeah, I think this is a camera probably that goes with the raster prop stuff. And if you have a raster prop interior that has a, you know, optional camera display, then you'd attach this, and this would be, you know, what it would show you on the IVA. Neat. Neat. And radar altimeter. Yeah, this is all of that's there's ScanSat for you right there too, coming in. Wow. Okay. I did not expect it to jump up that quick, but I'm glad that it does. And we get the Science Junior and other stuff. This is where we would have to spend everything we've got. We would buy 45 there. We wouldn't be able to get anything else in these tiers. So I think we're rushing a bit if we do that. Oh, and there's some RCS there. Yes, let's not be too silly about it, and let's go ahead and buy into the 2 tiers that we should be into at this point before we move on. And now we don't have enough to buy into a 45, and we'll carry on. We just need to build a little craft, little probe-operated vessel that can wrap around the planet. And this one nearly did it. If it hadn't toppled in ascent so much, it probably would have made orbit. It would not have done with 2,500 meters per second in delta V, but it's neither here nor there. Or it's exactly here and exactly there. One of those, probably. Now that we've been to space before, we don't need to be taking 2 of anything, really. So I think I want to rebuild everything from scratch one more time. I'm always doing this, aren't I? I like building from scratch. Why wouldn't you build from scratch? This is one of the very enjoyable parts of the game, is to make something brand new. If we're going to be bringing this home from space, and we ought to try, and we'll want a parachute on it. And we do have a new piece of kit here, the barometer, which weighs the same as all the other stuff, so I can go ahead and tack barometer on that side, thermometer on this side. Don't really, you know, there's probably not going to be much valuable science. It'll be probably only useful for when we come down. You know, when we're landed somewhere, we'll be able to take some readings. The mystery goo is going to be the curiosity. Ooh, you know what you've got now, Pawn? You've got that service module. So instead of doing what you're doing, you could take the shroud off this guy and tuck this stuff down in here. If I turn off the snapping, then it will actually do the surface thing. I consider that a bug. You know, I consider it unfinished, at least. Let's say that. That you have to do that. So there's those 2 bits of science for us, and the idea would be, can I tuck a mystery goo in here somehow and also counterbalance it? Mystery goo is 0.05 tons. We'll see if there's anything that will that we need to put on, or that we want to put on, that will counterbalance that. But I would love to just tuck 1 in here. We don't really need even the 1, but let's have, you know, the 1. Let's make sure Neo is happy. It doesn't quite fit. Yeah, it's fine, Pawn. Don't worry about it. So, 0.05 tons that we want to counterbalance on the other side. We're not going to do it with comms, I'll tell you that. I can assure you that that won't be the case. But electrical, we're also not going to do it with that. And with heat shield, we definitely don't need. Well, we could bring it anyway. Sort by mass, by the way. So if we just put an aerodynamic nose cone right there. I don't know that we're going to be able to counterbalance any weight there for that. I might have to figure out just a different way of doing this. Ooh, the inline reaction wheel, though, is the .05. I just might have to do this a different way. Or just not take it up. Hey, that works. And then if you don't take that up, you really don't need that either. Just make things a lot simpler, Pawn. If you're not going to make that much science off of it anyway, it's really only going to be useful for when you come down. Just don't have it. Screw it. You know, you don't have to do everything that they want you to do. Wait, you going to listen to them? Who's them? They. You know, they and them. Those guys and stuff. We could have a reaction wheel. It's going to come back is the thing, so it doesn't matter. And as long as it's all going to come back, I'll have some extra electricity on there. We don't need generation. It's only going around the planet once, but I mean, how can I resist? And also, it kind of serves to counterbalance the weight that's there. Not that .05 makes a damn difference when so long as we've got an engine and fuel underneath us. So let's put some engines and fuel underneath us. Let's buy into the bigger version of the fuel tank that we didn't have last time. Where's that adapter? It'll be under structural. And we're going to do this the same way, huh? I think so. That's TD06. That it's still an experimental part. Like, we still have a mission to do it as an experiment, but because I've bought into the tier, now I have to pay for it. It's another little, like, unfinished touch, you know? I shouldn't have to pay for that. If it's experimental, it's still experimental. Whoever's paying me to do it still needs to supply me with the thing to do it with. I don't know. I don't know what the rationale is behind it, but I'm saying whatever it is that I am saying. Yeah, I guess it's the swivel again. And that immediately, from an altitude of 8 kilometers, shows 2,500 meters per second. Now, any good delta V map will tell you that when you're leaving Kerbal to get to orbit, you want 3,400 meters per second of delta V. That is what a good delta V map should tell you. It is lying to you. You only need 3,200, really, but it should tell you 3,400 so that you don't try and just take 3,200 and not make it. That's why it's a good delta V map. They don't need to actually do the cremation. A Kerbal turns into jelly when it... What? What are you guys talking about in chat? I'm sorry, I got a little bit over-focused on playing the damned game, because I hadn't in so long. What if the goo container is really just the Kerbal equivalent of a cremation urn? I mean, someone needs to explain where all this goo comes from, and why it's a mystery, you know? I could believe that Soylent Green is Kerbal. I could... could buy into that. 2,500 with a TWR of don't worry about it, because you're going to have way more than enough, is just fine. If I go ahead and throw on the big old decoupler, and then stick a reasonable SRB underneath it. What have we got for reasonable SRBs? That is engines, Pawn. Quick clicking around like a git. The Thumper... Oh, geez. The Thumper could probably get us to orbit on its own. The Thumper from sea level is worth 1,112 meters per second. At 1.98, it's a very reasonable TWR that I would, you know, turn down a little bit when we get to that point, anyway. But yeah, that's, and then at altitude, and this will get us more than what I've got on sea level altitude right now, 2,500 plus 1,100, that is way more than we need to make an orbit. Let's get a little bit thrifty. Okay, so from sea level now, that's worth almost 1,200 delta V, and this stage is worth 2,200, and there you go, you've got your 3,400 with, you know, some extra on there. which 3400 was already extra on here. I am going to put some fins on here, and let's go ahead and go up to the larger of the fins. The small ones have been serving us so well, by which I mean burning. They were overheating on just going up and coming down. They're useless. They have a very few minor uses is the thing. Let's put some big ones on there. 3 should probably do it, because we've got the SAS up here. You know, an actual discrete, dedicated SAS unit, in addition to the reaction wheels that are in the probe core. But the delta V numbers look pretty good. So what's your TWR there? 2.35 from altitude, from sea level. You're 2.05. So you were lying to me before about something. 2.05. Let's take this back down to 1.7 seems fine. You know, like I say, 1.4 is my usual number. But if we're going to be putting a little bit more on there, then kind of anything between 1.5 and 1.8 sounds fine to me. So yeah, sea level, even with the fins on, you're still looking at almost 1,200 meters per second of delta V, and then we got the 2284, which is like 2,300. We got more than enough delta V in that craft to do an orbit. So this will be the 5th craft. Strapping fins on the rocket sounds dangerous. Fins are known for carrying knives. Racist? 005. What have you got against the Finnish? 005. What is it? So it's an orbital craft. It goes round. It's. Oh, I got it. It's the swings and. It's all swings and what? What's the British phrase? It's all swings and roundabouts? It isn't roundabouts, is it? But I kind of like that. Is it swings and roundabouts? It's very not an American phrase. It's not something you hear over here. So, yeah. Swings and roundabouts. You know, orbital is what that is. It should be, hopefully. So save the craft. What's the staging look like? We fire you off, and then we throw that away and fire that off, and then we break that, and then we can come home with the parachute. Looking at the science we've got here again, yeah, it's fine. It's not going to be anything special. It's not going to be anything unspecial. I guess for the sake of completeness, should I even bother? Like, you're going to be changing your delta V. We got way more delta V than we need. You don't got to worry about that. Yeah, for the sake of completeness, I'll put a heat shield on there with 15 ablator. Not like that, but like with the other one. With there it is. That's the one I'm looking for. Thank you. Finland was allied. Oh, Jesus. Everybody was at some point. You know, here in Detroit and stuff like that. Auto manufacturers, you know, where do you think the Germans got their tanks? Where's it? Yeah, so let's just make it look a little bit better. SAS, save, SAS, throttle full. I think this is ready to go. Right? Is my brain still working? I'm not sure. But I think I'm willing to click buttons and let it go. That's the beautiful thing about this, is you don't, as long as it's probes, you don't really have to sit around and think about every oh, what if that happens? Or did I do that right? Or did I put a antenna on the, you know, because if it doesn't go right, it's just money. It's not a Kerbal that's never coming back. BMW, Porsche, Mercedes-Benz. Oh, okay. Not Ford? Not Henry Ford? Henry Ford was, he was a big old racist. He was a big old, the Jews are the problem kind of a weirdo freak kind of dude, is what I've heard anyway. And we just ignore that here in Detroit. Because we got so much culture and museums and factories and stuff that have to do with Ford. I'm pretty sure. Also, Henry Ford's is a cute show. Yeah. Again, there's just nothing. No, there is something to do. There is something to do because we've got new... All right, wait a second. Let's do this professionally, Pawn. You're a professional. You've been doing this long enough to know. Click the aim camera button. You can zoom in and not have to fight everything. We've got a barometer now. Log the pressure data for 4.3 science, and, you know, actually review the data. Go ahead and send that back. Let's watch it. Did you get that? Jim! Yeah. Sam! Did you get that? Yeah, they got it. They can hear it. They received it over there. I suppose I could have just told you, huh? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's do that. And SAS on throttle to full, and in 3, 2, 1, fire! Oh yeah. Those rocket noises are, they're a little more intense than the stock ones, aren't they? Did we go to space yet? Yes, we did. We went to space. Impressive. Now we're going back, and this time we're going to do it orbitally, is the idea. And thank you, now. Should I try turning down the ball at all when we don't have really any authority other than what the SAS is giving us? I'm holding due east right now, and nothing is happening. And I think we've just passed the sound barrier there. A change in the audio. We're about to be out in this stage. Oh! Oh! No! No! Okay. Yep, this is how the last one went. Yep. Uh-huh. No! How about... Wait, I got it. I got it. And because the camera is aimed at that part... Come on, I'll fight you. Yep, no, alright, yeah, just start your circularization out. Nope. Boy, it really does care about the aerodynamics of the craft, doesn't it? Uh-huh. There you go. What are we looking at in terms of apoapses and stuff like that? Hello! Well, that was a successful orbit, I would say. Oh wait, no, we didn't actually hit space at all. So, aerodynamics is a thing. Oh yeah, remember the last time we did this and I said, we might have benefited from some fins on this stage. Yeah. Yeah. Perhaps there's some sort of key design flaw. I don't know. Was that? I think that was the sonic boom. Again. Yeah. A better nose cone? No, I don't. All this stuff hanging out in space there, I don't think any of that is the problem. Well, where are we coming down? It's just going to be in the ocean. I was hoping that we'd gotten somewhere, and then we could at least be, you know, gathering new science, which we actually can be gathering new science right now. Log the pressure data. This wasn't... No, don't toggle the display. I don't want you sucking through my power in a way that is completely unrealistic. 4.3 science for that. Go ahead and send it back. Yes, sir. And that's from the high atmo, because we're way up here now, so we can also get that same thing on the way back down. Do I want SAS? Ah, screw it. Throw you away. I don't need you. I love that. That sounds good. It sounds really good. That sounds like, you know, we're in we're in a place in the atmosphere that has low atmospheric density, and when it pops away, you hear it as a muffled kind of a thing that you're mainly hearing the vibration of the... You know, it sounds right. It sounds good. And that's another sonic boom? Listen up, what if we made some kind of disposable shell to go around the non-aerodynamic parts? Maybe call it a fairing, like an aircraft. That's a good idea. I don't think the R&D Center is going to have that idea for a while yet. But I like the way you're thinking. What do you do? Are you employed? Because I could put you up in my R&D Center. So atmospheric pressure scan while flying at Kerbal. Let's go ahead and send that back. We can't because the antenna can't be put out right now. All right, well then just with the Oh, we've got it? We're hanging on to it. Okay. When we're at speed, when we've got the parachute out, it'll be no problem. And as long as we're talking about that, let's talk about, like, putting the parachute out at an altitude a lot lower. I don't have to wait a year. So I'll pop it in Maine at 1,000. And then it'll full deploy at 450. And now at 150 we're coming down. Review the data and transmit the data. I find it hard to believe that you do not have several in a cupboard somewhere. Several... I don't have several... girls? Several women stowed in a cupboard somewhere? I don't know what you're talking about. And this thing is gonna sink just like the one before it. Pretty sure. Yes. Oh. It has some small... No, it's going. It's more buoyant than the last one anyway. And it appears to be the SAS unit, probably. Huh? You think, maybe? With the SAS... What happened to the heat shield, by the way? Absolutely nothing. Completely reusable. We'll use that one on the next one. Recover the vessel. Wrap the craft in aluminum foil. That could help with the aerodynamicism. We brought back a little bit of science from that. We transmitted quite a bit. 36.7, we're almost up to the point where we could buy a 45 science tier, and if I really wanted to, we could get it from just putting something out on the runway. But I don't really want to. Let's fix our design here. What do you think's going to do it? Like, I think just putting some of the small fins on this stage, which is going to, you know, change the profile. Like, this is a weird thing to even look at on a rocket, but the aerodynamic profile where that is, it's going to pull it up a little bit more, away from the back of the craft toward the center. But they're smaller fins. Shouldn't be that big a deal. I think we should probably have a multitude of them. I don't know if 3 is enough. Yeah. See, it's going to make us more... When we're on this stage, we're going to be more toply because those are up there. But once we, you know, detach, we'll have some fins to try and hold us into our prograde a little bit more. And we've got all this SAS up front, so it really is kind of a matter of maybe when I make adjustments, I should be in fine control mode as well. When I go to point it, that might help us. I suppose if I really need the authority to resist it toppling, then things have already gone tits up. So that's another thing that I'll do, is switch into fine controls before I start messing with things. Let's then try and pull these... you know, in fact, we can help this by only having 3 up there, but having 4 down here, and I will try and pull these down as much as I can, right up until the point where we'd be sitting on them, on the pad. And then you guys as well. Let's pull you back. I don't want it to be completely ludicrous looking once the fairing is gone. But that should do. And then, yeah. The battery is the most buoyant component. Amusingly enough. This could do it. It's all swings and roundabouts anyway, so if it doesn't work, we'll call that the Mark II. Let's just... this should be more orbital. Please. Save that. Staging should still be okay. We should still have more than enough Delta V to make this happen. Oh, I'll tell you what we need to do. We've been throwing them all up there really fast and not giving a damn until we get to this point, Pawn. This is where you have to give a damn. Because if you're starting out with that kind of TWR, you know, you're going to end up being really fast in the lower atmosphere, and that is what gets you toppling as well. So start out at where you usually start out, which is a 1.4 on the TWR. Is that... oops. Is that right? No. I needed at sea level 1.4. That was at altitude. 1.38. 1.43. 1.41, and that's at 69.5, so if I take the 5 off, and we just do 69, that's perfect. We're perfect at 69, everyone. Okay, save the craft, and put her back out on the pad, unless anyone has an objection. So we've got a 69 thrust limiting, and make no mistake, there is no coincidence, there's no accident that the height of the runway is 69 meters above sea level. That is not oops. That isn't any, no. They went out of there where they made sure that the height above sea level of the runway in Kerbal Space Program is 69 meters. They're just those randy, disgusting, sick bastards. In 3, 2, 1, go. Now we won't be doing 400 meters per second, you know, at 1 kilometer above the surface, maybe. I don't know what we were doing at where, but yeah. You definitely don't want your thrust-to-weight ratio that high, that soon, when you've got a craft that is this aerodynamic. I love seeing the crappy Space Center pull away in the distance. It's so lovely. So lovely. Get your things up there, Pawn. Halfway through the solid rocket fuel at this point. If anyone had an objection, it would surely be Prosecutor Walt. Oh yes, yes. That is a pun. Leave. Get out, Hologram 1. Leave. I'm just going straight up this time until we hit like 10K or something like that. Well, until we drop this stage. And then we'll see what's going on. I said I would be in fine controls when I did this. And I am. Ooh, yeah. She's very... Yep. Whoa! There you go. Okay. She wanted to go over, but, you know, we made it work. Okay, this is not the most efficient wrap round that I've ever done, but we are making space as of right now. Yeah, so we kind of just went straight up there. I think I could have pulled it down. I think when I was like panicking because it was pulling itself over, the fins kicked in and they were going to resist it from actually toppling. So this could have been done better, but we did start out with way more delta V than we need. We're going to be, you know, incredibly slow once we get up into space. It's interesting. We might make it, we might not. We got 1,400 meters per second of delta V left. And yeah, our APWAPS is, we're going to have like 100 meters per second of speed remaining when we're up here, so probably that doesn't get us what we need in order to circularize, but at least we have a chance of coming down somewhere else. Where are we? We're coming up toward the app now. And let's burn. We are descending. Doesn't really matter. We got a lot of room to descend from the 80 kilometers, and we are out of liquid fuel. But we did make it to another continent. This space program is going very well. Maybe. I think we made it to another continent. It looks like we probably made it to another continent off of that. I don't know what I'm going to do for this, except to, like, if we went completely to liquid fuel, we'd make for a longer ship which would be more stable implicitly. Our fins would be further back. You know, the aerodynamic, the center of lift would be further toward the rear, which would make it more stable coming up that kind of thing. If we had a longer liquid fuel stage and either a short or no solid fuel stage to it, that would be one way of solving it. Ditch the engines before it slows you down more. Okay. And, you know, this will be our first, like, reasonably at speed kind of a, you know, use of the heat shield. Although, as I have said, I have very little use for the heat shield. Basically, I think if it's working for you in a place where you wouldn't have gotten so hot that it would have exploded anyway. And in the instances where it would have gotten so hot that it will explode, it will get so hot that it will explode regardless of the fact that you have the heat shield on there. Has been my experience. Is the program going well enough to avoid budget cuts, though? Oh, absolutely. I think somehow we're probably making money right now. Every time I turn around, I see, oh, there's more money here. Okay, I don't know what we did, but we got more money. 4 times fizz warp now, as we're coming down. Oh, hello. Okay, back to 4 times fizz. Oh, see now, wait, yeah. I'm not using SAS right now, just letting the craft pull itself down in the wind. We're a little bit off of the pure surface retrograde. We did get a heating tick for a moment there, and now it's gone. We used all of 0.72 of the 15 ablator units that we had on the thing. Because the sound barrier, I'm booming it every time the camera passes right there. Oh, well, we're going too slow now. Damn it. Alright, 4 times fizz. Are we still over water? It kind of looks like the radar is still, you know, the same. Yeah, it sucks. Let's go ahead and, like, with the altitude, just reduce it a bit. I'm looking at radar altitude right now. I will pop it at 1,000. 1K. It went out. You can't see the ground. You can't hit it right. You can't hit it, right? Yeah. It's still water. We didn't make it to the next continent. Damn it. That would have been at least some more science for us. I mean, I could go through all of these and see. I'm pretty sure there's not anything to be gathered here, and even if there is, it's not worth anything really to me. We're getting close to this whole orbit the planet thing, though. And we're down in the water. It's very dark. It's rather dark out. And we flip over because I think it's the reaction wheels. It's not the battery, it's the reaction wheels. There's lots of space in the reaction wheels. They got to be able to move around. So they've got an air pocket in them. Recover the vessel. How many Kerbucks do we have at this point? It's a good question. We're almost 200 Kerbuckazoids, and 1.2 science was earned, I presume, just by, you know, recollecting a craft that went to space, right? Yeah, recovery of, you could just read it there. Suborbital flight, 1.2, 37.9. We could get another tier, but we don't need it. Do we need it? We don't need it. Twitch notifications are getting better. Only took 2 hours this time. Excellent. Excellent. Yes? Yes. Yes. I mean, like I was saying, we were almost there in the first place. I think I could have just let it be. Whoa, let it be. Uh, I'm curious about the Reliant. I'm gonna buy it just so I can read it easier. Does the Reliant have any gimbling whatsoever? No gimbal on the Reliant, right? I've always, like, that's what's in my head, is that there's just no gimbal whatsoever on the Reliant, so it's just blasting, and SAS is the only way that you control that engine, by trying to whip it around with reaction wheels from the tip, is what I believe to be the case. So it's still the swivel for us. I guess let's go ahead and try that thing that I was talking about, which is where we lengthen the ship. We lengthen the craft, we use more liquid fuel than we do solid. In fact, just throw out the whole solid phase. Just for the stability. A longer craft will give us more stability while we're fighting atmospheric forces. So swivel back on there. Yeah, 3 of them embedded into one another. That's good too. Nope, I was trying to take your 3-sided symmetry that I didn't ask for, but that was already here when I came around. There you go. So that's the bulk of all of the liquid fuel that we would need. Let's go to sea level and see. We could just make a pure liquid fuel kind of a thing. From even the smallest altitude there. What would it be if I threw a hammer on there? Pure liquid fuel is absolutely fine, would get it done, no reason to make it any more complicated. Other than that, I kind of like to complicate things. From sea level, hammer gives us 550 meters per second. Before I put fins on it, let's put some fins on it. So we're getting numbers that make sense. I mean, I probably don't need these fins at all. The ones that would already be up there. For sea level with the fins, we're talking 540 meters per second in DV, and if that gets us up to as low as just 8 kilometers, which would probably be even lower than that, let's say 6 kilometers, then we'd have 2,815 meters per second, so 600, well, 500. Let's say, I do like to do that too, round down on everything, so 500 plus 2,800, we're talking 3,300 meters per second of delta V, which does accomplish an orbit, even though it says we're supposed to have 3,400. That would theoretically do it. That said, I think I'm going to go ahead and just simplify massively. You know, just all liquid fuel all the way. It's a very lightweight payload. Why play around? So from sea level, well, that's why you play around, Pawn, is because there's such inefficiencies of the ISP of this thing in the lower atmosphere that it's worth playing around. Yeah, okay. Except for what I want to do is this. You know, so they're covering each other's angles. Swings and Roundabouts Mark III. It's probably like one of the most difficult things in the game, you know, is just to get your first orbit while you're working on parts that are kind of weird, don't really fit together, and all that kind of a deal. It was one of my, you know, long-standing complaints toward Squad in general was, how do you expect new players to come on board when the easiest, you know, it's the hardest time you'll ever play the game is when you first start, and the further it goes on, the easier it gets. But that's possibly an unresolvable issue. Checking our staging again, we're going to fire the SRB, which actually needs to be thrust limited, surely. So back down to sea level to see what this is going to be. 1.99. Let's pull that down. To my 1.4 place that I like. Oh, jeez, that's way too much. 1.41. I'm happy with that. So we fire the solid fuel, then the liquid fuel, and we throw that away and we come home. This is why I always played creative with, like, all the parts mods. Okay, we'll give this a go. I mean, there's just nothing really to be done about the aerodynamic issues that doesn't make me feel bad about trying to do it, you know. I'll tell you what, though, here's the other thing we could do. Thrust to weight is an issue here, and when we switch over to this engine, you know, this is also, like, going real hard. So if instead we burn this at 1.4, and maybe it gets us up to like a 1.8 or something like that by the time it's dead. And then we're switching over to a liquid fuel engine that's burning at about a 1.8 at full burn. Then there's less of a bunch of weird jerking forces on the craft when we transition over. And maybe even, you know, honestly, like, a good idea, this is really weird, I've never, you know, had to or bothered doing this kind of stuff, but another good idea would be to, like, limit the gimbal a little bit, because it has been such a small craft, and making maneuvers has been so jerky, so I pull a little bit to the right and suddenly we're way the hell over there, kind of a thing. And then also, apparently a cute shark would like me to change the color, so we're going to go ahead and just make this an orange ship. This is gonna help it with a lot more success here. Down here, we'll put an orange ring on that. Can't change the color. Oh wait, there we go. Now she's getting sexy. Let's do the same here. Yeah. All right. Can't do that for. Yes, you can. All right. There's a whole bunch of parts for which you just can't. Ooh, okay, that looks really shoddy and stupid. I was almost going to say let's do that, but it went to that level where it's just a bit too shoddy and stupid for me. Let's go ahead and do that. And same down here. Let's warn everybody. Wait, where is it? Where's the decoupler? You're somewhere in there? Warn everybody. This is where it's going to break apart. Keep your hands off. There we go. The Mark III, new paint job. That'll get her to orbit! Exclamation point. Gravity turn may be a more efficient route instead of getting to space and turning right. Yeah, well, that's definitely what I want to do. Portable gem. It's just been, the ship wants to topple the moment that I try to turn it over. So, less gimbal, less authority while we're going up, slower speeds while we're going up, a longer second stage, longer liquid fuel stage for increased stability. We're just trying to get to the point where we overcome the aerodynamic nonsense that's going on up there is, I presume, our main issue. That looks good. Save it, and let's put her back out to the pad. This is the one. This is the one. Raffle. Noah crosses. Raffle for what? You know what? I will absolutely raffle the probes. I think it's a really good idea, Noah, but only when they're intended to stay up there. So it's going to be raffle for relays or raffle for stuff that's going to, land on another planet and then sit there. I think it's a really good idea for this probes thing, since we're not going to see Kerbals for a while. But if it's just going up and coming back down, it's just it's a silly little thing that's just gonna, it's just a waste of our time. I think that'd just be a waste of our time. Look what a lovely time of day it is. This is why we threw a bunch of them up there. I was just trying to. Okay, so all of my failures were a clever ruse so that we could be launching at the most beautiful time of day that we could possibly launch. This nice evening launch. You believe that? If you do, I actually own the naming rights to a bridge in New Jersey. Oh, God. I could sell them to you today. It could be named after you. It could be named after you. Huh? Or whoever you want it to be named after. Maybe you got a child, somebody in your life you think is special. We could name this bridge in New Jersey after them today. I own the naming rights. I will sell them to you. $26,500 right now. Actually, you know what? I like you. I like you. So I'm going to say 26,000 flat. I wouldn't do this for anybody else, but for you, throttle to full. For you, all right, let's try and tilt her down in the correct direction here, and I'll pull up the apoapsis readings. Yep, see that? She wants to go, and she's gone. That actually might have worked out for us. Just depends on how much extra delta V. We didn't have a lot of extra delta V to play with when we got up here. And man, why is it trying to come off in weird directions? That's a weird one. Heading back on the something grade. Ugh. What is this about? Maybe it's the 3 fins. Not all of this, but I mean the reason why it pulled me off on a weird direction? 3 fins. One of those fins got into the into the wind in a weird angle. Yeah, this is actually kind of starting to get hard to explain. Why so difficult to make the first orbit? I had no such problems when I in my test playthrough, which wasn't a test playthrough, it became a test playthrough when I realized I wanted to do this with y'all. I had no such problems making any kind of a simple orbit with probes before crew in my first go. I presume I was just doing something entirely different than this. You know, I wasn't trying to shove all of this harsh, unaerodynamic stuff up at the tip of the craft. But I question what else I would have been doing other than that, you know? What else would I have done but that when these are the parts that you've got at about this time? I mean, maybe I collected extra science and bought into the first, where you've actually got storage in this size, you know, and then I was able to tuck everything inside and put a nose cone on the top, and Bob's your uncle. And maybe that's what we'll do. I'm not interested in limiting myself to never revert, because a lot of it is just like, I'd be happy to throw the $6,000 it costs to launch this at you. It's not about money, it's about my time. It's about whether or not I want to live through another up and down kind of a thing. How much science do we have right now? I was burning the wrong way. Yeah, it seemed to start going in that direction. We've got 37.9. In order to, that's the tracking station point. In order to get, thank you, I've got it. In order to get the container that would tuck all of these unaerodynamic parts into a nice, you know, place where they're not going to be the thing causing us a problem anymore, it's going to be somewhere in this tier, probably, right? So usually it's like engines and fuel up here. And, hey, there's a fairing. That would get her done, but also the service bay right there would get her done. So it's a matter of being able to research this, and then we could tuck all that stuff underneath. Now, I don't think that we should have to. You know, I think, in fact, like, what if we sacrifice all this science-y MacGuffins? Throw it away, we don't need any of that. What if we sacrifice the generation? We're not going to be up there long enough to need all that. We don't really even need comms because we're going to be right around LKO, but I could leave that on. What if... We do have to return the probe, though, don't we? That's part of the mission, is achieve orbit and return the probe. So I presume by return, I can't just plummet it into the ground like that. I was gonna say, rip the parachute off, slim this down to its most, like, bare bones basic kind of a setup, and then just go. Hope the engine has a generator. Well, the swivel absolutely does. We also have that battery on there, but I'm actually sitting here thinking, get rid of all that stuff too. You know, I would love to be able to do this without having to upgrade. I'm actually sitting here thinking about, what if What if I swapped us out to the damn Probodyne, to the Stay Put Nick? This does have to come back kind of a thing. It's just, you know, we don't have parts that are going to do this job. We do have parts that are going to do this job. Wedge it all in there. It's a little bit cheaty, though, isn't it? I don't know. It's kind of up to you to decide what cheaty is and what cheaty isn't. Go ahead and reroute me to that. And let's say I took you. You and you can stay together. I like having the extra SAS there. But if I were to do this, and then de-shroud us, yeah, it's definitely cheaty. It's very cheaty. So don't cheat. But, you know, what if, like, that's got to have a better aerodynamic profile right there, you know? We've got a more sloped, that's the thing, is I have some kind of idea of how Kerbal probably did their aerodynamic forces based on, you know, cubes, based on hitbox kind of logic and stuff like that. But so, like, this vessel, this part, should have a smaller amount of drag on it than, obviously, than this guy that we were using before. So it would be less violent in the drag, and then, you know, it's, we've taken all of the other little things off there, which I don't think should really contribute that much to drag either. You know, when they're not a problem, they're just not a problem at all. And when you have a problem, you always suspect, oh, well, maybe that's the problem. And you never, at least I've never, like, been able to say, oh, well, now I know it wasn't those, or, oh, now I know it was those. Turning earlier may mean you are getting slower and the forces are less, so less likely to flip. Like, flying this thing should not be a problem. It is the simplest friggin' kind of craft you can have. You know, and the only reason I'm flying it the way that I'm flying it right now is because it wants to flip over on me. So I'm just abiding whatever flight profile seems to be most likely for us. This is the Mark IV. And I'll have to look at all the Delta V stuff again. Maybe we need a stripe down the side. That would make it faster. Not necessarily more stable, but faster, definitely. Sea level, we're looking at 550 meters, and then up here you got 3,000. So that's 3,600 if we were able to, you know, just keep it from toppling the whole way up. And it might just come down to this. It's just really flat, really harsh angle there, maybe a couple of parts on the top. I could see this being it, and it flies perfectly normal and fine from here, or I could see it flying like shit, and this is not at all the problem. Both of those are entirely believable to me. You also need to have a stage where you throw all this junk away there, Mr. Pawn. And might as well remake the root part. The TD06 again. And the Octo has 250 units of electric charge in its belly anyway already. We'll be making power whenever we run that engine. So this won't be a problem, especially if I do what you should do every single time you put a probe on any vessel, which is hibernate and warp, auto, not manual. Manual? No, auto. And then that will preserve all of our electricity. So fire that, drop all that stuff, fire that, drop that, and then we're coming home. There's a fairing on here, which, yeah, isn't going to really matter at all. You can even destage the fairing. Can I take the shroud destaging stuff off? No. And we're not able to get any science from up there anyway. We're just completing the contract, so there's no reason to put anything inside there. The only other thing that I'll do is, because of the way that it yanked on me a little bit, is I will go up to 4 fins on this stage, because I can't explain why it would have been yanking me in one weird direction instead of yanking me, you know, on on the cardinal directions. And I think it's because of the third fin. We got off axis, and then the third fin started to sort of spin and pull in a weird direction. So, 4 fins on there, 3 fins down here. We've definitely got the Delta V to make it to orbit. Even after putting that fin on, I'm not really that worried about it. Alright, I'm worried about it. Let's check. The TWR is still 1.41 on the SRB, and is from this altitude, which I think it was higher before we ran out, but one way or another, it's a lot. We've still got a lot of thrust on there. Let's pull it back down to a 1.9 will be my maximum thrust, and I'm gonna give it all of its gimbal. I never mess with the gimbal limit and never have a problem, so I'm not gonna... Yeah, I think that it might be more problematic to not have the gimbal, because then the SAS, while it's trying to hold it where I left it, can't, you know, resist whatever crazy Kraken forces. Can't resist whatever aerodynamic forces are on it. Let's launch this one again. What is this drag you keep talking about? Is the rocket gonna wear a wig and a dress? Well, not in Oklahoma, if it's smart. Not in Florida, if it's SAS on throttle to full, and no reason to sit around here waiting on the pad to... You know, let's go find out if we're screwed again. Apoapsis is already at 72 kilometers. We made it! Oh my god, we made it! We're not quite orbital yet, but we made it! In 3, 2, 1, go. So it wasn't 72 kilometers, it was 72 meters, apparently. Alright. You say so, game. I'm curious to see what our TWR is as we come up. 1.7 TWR at this point. 1.8. 1.9. 2. And now we're you know, switching over to a 1.7. Slows us down a little bit while we're in the lower atmosphere. I didn't want to be going to the west here, but I am afraid of you, ship. Yeah, I am afraid of you. Apoapsis is already to 13 kilometers now. Whoa. 17 kilometers now. 20. I'm going to throttle back. I don't want to be making this much height. 27. 27 at 15. We're at 15, it's at 27. That's what I mean when I say it that way. 35 at 20. And we're stable. We are very stable. I'm going to fire it up, and I'm going to pull down hard. 40 kilometers at 24. 46 at 30. Alright, yeah, pull down real hard now, because let's have a continuous burn as much as we can. 52 kilometers at 33. Alright, we got one going now. And I guess, you know, I guess I want to say that it's still just really down to those aerodynamic forces. Okay, yeah, a couple of sonic booms there. 60 kilometers at 41. At 1900 meters per second, and 71, 72 is where I like to be, around 72. And go ahead and bank up and hold on to your prograde, and we're going to get this one orbital, probably, maybe. 1900 and you know, almost 2000 meters per second. We're losing it as we leave the atmosphere and approach. We'll probably be at about 1900 when we're at our apoapse, with just under 500 meters per second of delta V left in the craft. This is finally we got one that I could fly a little bit. I would have liked to be turning down more earlier, but it just didn't. It didn't. I don't know. I was already scared in the first place, and it didn't seem like it would have been the best idea, to be perfectly honest with you. Yep, 1920 meters per second. We've already scrubbed almost 100 meters per second of delta V coming up to the apoapse, but you know, this is a lot of speed. We don't need too much more speed in order to turn this suborbital flight into an orbital one. And we are indeed down at 1900 meters per second as we approach the line to space. Okay, up at about 71. Electric charge is fine. Just have a look at that. And what's our 72.9 is our app? And so I'm watching up here, I'm looking down here for 72.9, I'm looking up there for where we are, and I'm going to go ahead and start burning now. And I'm watching our periapsis down here. We're losing the apoapse, or we're pushing it well up. We don't have those readings out here, which is why I'm not even really trying to look. I'm going to burn below the horizon in order to try and hold the apoapse with us as we push the periapsis up, and just ever so gently pushing it up now. 20 kilometers on the periapsis, 30, 50, 60, and 69, 70 kilometers on the apoapse, just above 70 kilometers. How are we doing on this mission to orbit the planet? We have achieved orbit. Now we just need to return without dying. We got 60 meters per second of delta V left in the craft, so this worked out. It was real damn tight still, and I blew our apoapse out to 93 because we just don't have patched conics or, you know, tracking from the tracking station yet, so it's kind of like you'd have to you just got to stare at these numbers, and my eyes are only willing to look so hard. But we did finally make it. Hurrah! Hooray! In fact, like, where's our... We've got 50 units of electric charge here. We've got most of that right now. So what I would like to do...
We are many. You are but one.
Thank you for the follow.
Impressive.
Oh, wow. Those things just fire on the heels of each other, don't they? What I would like to do is actually go around the planet and try and land near the Space Center. It would be nice to land on land this time. We could get at least a probe telemetry data from reading that we haven't had. Get a little bit more science in, you know?
Great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million.
So I'm just going to warp us around, and it will be a night landing, apparently, if we do it this way. Also, you recover more money. You recover more money the closer that you land to the KSC in career mode. So if you're trying to play the money game, then you want to land your vessel. Oh, I've gotten way too close. I should have started that way back here. No worries, except for the worries that we have. That's prograde pawn. You're looking for.
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
All right, Han. We'll blow it. And Han is always talking about blowing things. I'm very uncomfortable hanging out with Han. Oh, geez. You know what? We're blowing down our apoapsis right now instead of our periapsis. There we go. It's moving, and we want it at about a 30. In fact, below 30 would be. Well, I'm going to call it there. We're at 28 kilometers. We're going to fly right past the KSC, let me tell you. Which means an ocean landing, potentially. I'm going to stop it there, though, because this thing has to not burn up on re-entry, this little probe. And my experience has been it's very keen to blowing up on re-entry. Who we blowing? Probably this, and up. Is you know, the direction in which we'd be blowing, anyway. Surface, retrograde, it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to turn it off. Oh, Jesus. It might... Oh, we don't even have a... Remember when I ripped all of the things off of it? When I ripped everything off, except for the SAS unit, which is rather jiggly. I'm not in any phys warp right now. That's just the SAS. Oh, Kerbal. Let's go to... Okay, maybe... Is there something I can do about that? Let's reduce the wheel authority. Okay, you can have some authority. There you go. It's very powerful, is the thing. It's too powerful. I've never had so many interesting things happen on such, you know, early simple missions as when we started doing this together on the live stream.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we don't have an ablator. Oh shit would be a good response. Now we get to test my theory, though, which is that in any situation where you might want to use that ablator, it's not going to be of use to you. So are we going to overheat to the level where we needed the ablator on a low carbon orbit return? Thank you so much for the follow. Did we get like raided and I didn't notice or something? And I am following chat occasionally. I saw some things about the probe just being excited and it's wagging its little tail. Hello there. Hello, gratis frit. Is that right? Gratis freet is how I would say that. I would put a nice little accent over the I. Gratis freet. Is it just me, or was that shorter than last time? What? My penis? Oh, okay, we are potentially... all right, slow down. We are potentially getting a little bit hot there. So maybe I'll hide the probe core behind the parachute. And now the probe core is fine. It's except for when it's not fine, it's fine. We are very high in the atmosphere right now in order to be seeing heat ticks on that probe core. So maybe the smallest ablator actually does do something for you. I'm not sure. We don't want the parachute to burn off either, but so long as, you know, we got to hide the most important part is the thing. From the, and I am in fine controls. Maybe that's why I'm having so much trouble moving it where I'd like it. I'm just not sure, you know, when I'm getting occlusion and when I'm not. The heat tick is always the same on the screen, Pawn, so zooming in on it isn't going to help you see it any better. Yes, we're getting quite heated. Oh, there's the sonic booms. Uh-oh. Doesn't look good. It's not looking good, kids. This is our surface prograde. And now I'm starting to heat up the things on the front as well. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like it's going to be pretty explosive here any moment. Yeah, there it goes. Spin Pawn. Yeah, that's another way to go.
Oh no!
But yeah, we were at 1,800 meters per second, 28 kilometers. If it blew there without spin, it was going to blow anywhere with spin. But you know, that happened. That absolutely happened. Let's go back to the Space Center and put the thing back on that I said is of no use. And we'll find out if it's of any use, because this will be the real test of my claim. So yeah, back to the Space Center. If only we had some kind of ablative heat shielding. We'll find out right now if that ablator that, you know, actually does anything, because my experience has been it's not going to occlude it enough to actually prevent it from getting hot. But we'll find out. We'll find out. So, I forgot one thing. There's only one thing that we forgot. Where is the heat? There it is. And it was this guy. And, Blader, I'm going to give you 50. I'll give you even 20. I'll give you 20. Maybe it'll help you hold your butt in the wind with the extra weight and everything there as well. We were real close on the Delta V before, and I've just added... not .075 because we've only got .0, or we've only given it 20 ablator. But I've just added some amount, maybe 0.03 or something tons to it. So we're actually even more limited on fuel than we were before. This time, color change on the new parts. What new parts? You want me to change the ablator to the red one? I do like the red one. I usually do change it to the red one, actually. and that is supposed to be like that. This only has a variant where it has a docking tunnel inside of it, which is kind of ridiculous for what the part is supposed to be. Alright, the Mark V. It only took us 5 iterations of this craft to get one that could potentially come back. Delta V is still going to be really tight, though, here. And as touchy as the craft seemed to be on the way up, like, maybe I'll lean into it a little bit more this time and see if I can't fly it the way that I would like to fly it, instead of, you know, being hesitant. I only forgot one thing. Space Shuttle Columbia Engineer. Has it been long enough? Will it ever have been long enough? Oh, now we're in the middle of the night. Good. Night launches. Maybe by the time we're done with this mission, we'll be landing in the mornings. SAS on, throttle to full, and go. What is it that makes it? There we go. Yeah, we haven't had any beauty shots since we started this thing, huh? Alt F2. I did put SAS on. Okay. Get you up. And I'll try not to be afraid of her this time when I get to the next stage, which means, you know, we might just topple over because I'm not afraid of her enough. So, 4 kilometers, we don't need that much of a bank down yet anyway, but I would like to have us, you know, getting off in that direction anyway. There you go, you can just hold it. At about 9 kilometers, I do want to actually have, you know, turned down a bit, though. So, yeah. Nope, she does want to run away, but I'm just being a little bit more aggressive with her and saying, if you're going to run away, you're going to run away. So we're at 20 kilometers already on the APWAPS. And I started to pull back on the throttle there, but maybe I won't. Maybe I'll go full the whole time. Burn hard, burn full the whole time. 37 at 22. And we've got good height, and my usual, like, ideal ascent in this game tends to be built around the idea of being 10 kilometers difference between one and the other the whole way up. You know, no more than, actually. Because I want to keep burning, you know, the longest that I possibly can, keep the burn going. And trying to keep myself below a 10 kilometer gap between my APWAPS and my, you know, actual current height is how I tend to do that.
We are many. You are but one.
Ooh, okay, that's a lot of drag that I just, oh, Jesus Christ. And then I blew that out, the APWAPS. I think I just screwed that up right at the last second because somebody followed. Thank you for the follow. You distracted me just enough. Our periapsis is almost there, but I did a little touch of a burn and blew our APWAPS up to 92. I had us at 72, and then I was like, oh, geez, we're losing those 2 kilometers. And I hit Z instead of just a little touch, and look at that. Sorry for the timing, I guess. It's no problem. It's just the same mission we've had to run 5 times. This is like one of the most difficult orbits that I've ever gotten. And it's, you know, because of our probes here. We've only got, you know, we're almost there on the periapsis already. We're just a little bit under, negative 32 kilometers on the periapsis here. We've got 2,200. By the time we hit our APWAPS, probably 2,200 meters per second in delta V. Or, I mean, 2,200 meters per second speed. Apoapsis is 91K, huh? And that doesn't show you your actual height. You gotta be out here still, eh? Alright, let's go up to our Apoapsis and see where we are. Alright. Roll down to the prograde. Is that the prograde? Yes, that is the prograde. It's hard to tell in the dark which way we're facing. And very slowly, very carefully. It doesn't really help me to be out there. I got my numbers down here. Let's just see what we can get from this burn. Little bit of throttle there. 60 meters per second DV remaining. 50, 40, 30, 20, 15, 3 meters per second remaining. You know what I could have done at the beginning of this? It probably would have made it work. We probably would have had just enough delta V to make it, anyway. Would have been that. What the hell, Kerbal? What? Is that how you mean that to happen, Kerbal? That would have given us just enough. We're at 50 on the periapsis. I don't know if we'd ever come home, but we might have gotten up here if I would have dropped those. And of course, if I wouldn't have hit Z instead of just a little tap of... All we needed was a little tap of the shift bar, Pawn. But you just had to lean into it, didn't you? Back up to our Apoapsis now for the last 3 meters per second of delta V. And we're done. We might be able to get it into orbit if I fire it off. 56. We made it to 56 kilometers on that one. We've done it enough times. I'm going to take my second just revert and launch again on this. Thank you. Thank you for the impressive. Walkies. Walkies? You guys Simple Flips fans? Welcome back, dude. How are you? What are you guys yelling walkies? We're going for a walkies? SAS on. Throttle to full. It's just down to flying it well now. It's an incredibly tight craft that doesn't need to be this tight either. We could just throw more liquid fuel on it. We could throw more anything on it. But I am the Ronin Pawn. Hmm. 300 meters per second left in the solid phase. Can I lean you just toward the east already? Just go in the direction that you're going to want to go. Why do they all want to go to the west? It's like this planet is spinning and there's atmospheric density rotating or something like that. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, I'm telling you. Tap you down, back toward the east. Silly, silly spacecraft. Over there, please. Alright, 13 kilometers at 8. Pull down, pull down, pull down, pull down. She starts to get sloppy right around here. There we go. She can hold herself, though. 20 at 12. 22 at 13. This is what I'm saying. I would like to keep it with a gap of less than 10. 30 on the periaps when we're at 18. We're at 40, or on the periaps rather, when we're at 24. Pulling down, pulling down, and pulling down. No, now don't do that. Don't pull away that way. That's good. Just hold the horizon until our Apoapsis, which is down here. It's very tiny. I should really... Just give me a second, because can't we do something about the UI size? I would like it to be a little bit bigger than this. App scale 95. UI scale is 110. I go up to 120 and apply. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. I mean, it looks a little bit more, you know, 720p-ish. But That's a lot better for me to be able to read, and probably you as well, huh? Resume flight. 50 kilometers. I would rather it be big and toyish and, you know, easily visible than that it be fine and dainty and you can barely read it. 73 is where we're going to stop there. Try and hold on your prograde as we continue to hear a number of different sonic booms. We've got 341 meters per second of delta V remaining, and we blew this ascent out about a third of the way around the planet, I'd guess. Yeah, that's our best ascent yet. You know, if you fly the same craft 6, 9, 12 times, it isn't the same craft, though. I think this is the 3rd time we've flown this one since we got the aerodynamics less stupid. Blow it out your ass? No. That's a song I wrote. I could play that one for you later as well. Where are we? You know, 4 times fizz. Keep going. Once we get to space here, I'm going to drop this the way that we should have been doing all along. Which, by the way, I mean, it's going to make such a little difference. It shouldn't matter, but shoot, it mattered. Last time it just about mattered, didn't it? Well, we're out of atmosphere now, so it doesn't matter. And we are in space. Now let's drop this thing again. Okay, Kerbal. Okay. This game is finished, by the way. They're working on the sequel. It's a little bit less weight to carry around. Yep, that's how that works. Yep. That's, you know, it's always been a good simulator is the thing. Maybe not that great of a game, but oh, what a simulator. What is our APWAPS? It's 72.9, and we're coming up on it now. And negative 180k to raise the periapsis up. 72.9, we're almost there. I'm going to start burning. Try and hold the APWAPS with us. Well, we gently burn this up. Whoa, gently, all right. And we have an orbit, friends, at 75 and 72. That's our best orbit yet as well. 57 meters per second of delta V remaining in order to knock us back down. I would love to not do everything in the dark. I'm going to watch our electric charge here, but I'm willing to, like, spin the planet for a while in order to get the KSC in a place where when we land on it, it'll be in the sunshine. And that's the KSC in the sunshine. A lot of our descent will be in the dark. But okay, our electric charge is just fine because I've got the probe in hibernate on warp mode. So, on to your retrograde, which I believe is this. Let's make sure we're facing the planet in the correct direction. That's a good way to double check. Is the planet down there? In fact, let's switch it over to free cam so the planet's under us. And watching our periapse figure over here, I'm going to start burning. I want to do this at about 30. Let's say 35. Just for safety, we'll keep it a little bit high at a 35. .5 even is what we're going to have there. And we're leaving 23 meters per second of delta V in space. That's just how tight we did this Alt F5. Alt function key F5. No, it's not. You just want F5. But I have to hold the function key down. That's why I got confused. I have to hold the function key down because I'm on a wireless Logitech keyboard. In 3, 2, 1, release the stage. Okay, now that's gone. And now we're going down. By the way, our periapsis adjusted from the 35.5 to a 33.6 when we threw that away. So it was really important that we were so touchy with that. So what's his mission? Fat Teen American Loser 2 We're just trying to get orbit. That's all we were trying to do. We're playing in, you know, probes before crew, and we've just been trying to get orbit, and we have launched this thing 6 or 7 times, I feel like. Maybe even 8 now. Mainly, you know, most of our issues were aerodynamic issues. We just don't have good parts yet for aerodynamic stuff, and we end up throwing a probe on the top of the thing, and so now this is what we're about to like have this test. I'm going to have my final say on whether or not this heat shield is useful at all, because, you know, it's supposed to occlude the parts that are in this size so that they don't burn up on re-entry. So, do you think this, on the bottom of that, is going to prevent that from overheating and exploding? Because last time we took it down without a heat shield at all, it blew up. So is this heat shield going to accomplish a damn thing in the game? Because my experience tells me no, that this is basically a useless part. But, you know, maybe my experience is flawed. Maybe, I believe what I was doing at the time was I was trying to send something back from Minmus Heights. And it was basically something like this. A little bit more complicated than this, a little bit more weight than this kind of a thing. But yeah, I mean, if this doesn't occlude, if this part does not occlude the probes that are in the same, you know, category as it, then I consider this heat shield as a useless component that Squad just threw in there because, you know, it seemed like it should exist. But they didn't test whether or not it actually functioned at all in the game. We're about to find out, and I'm hoping that I'm wrong. I'm not trying to be right here. I would like this not to have heat ticks on it while we're coming down, you know, before we even start to use the heat shield up. But maybe it will occlude it some amount and keep it just cool enough to not explode, that kind of thing. Otherwise, this is just a useless piece that exists in here. You can never use it. You can never return a probe using that heat shield. Let's hope I'm wrong. If I were to turn SAS off, how do we get dragged in the Atmo here? As long as it doesn't flip us or anything. Got to replicate the circumstances of each test as close as possible. Last time we were coming down a lot harsher too. We were below 28, I think. We were at like 28 kilometers before I de-staged the LFO stage that had pushed us up there. So we probably got down to 25 kilometers. So we were coming down a little bit faster, but, you know, it shouldn't be that touchy. This is very much going to prove for us whether or not this heat shield can ever really, like, whether or not it's... You could probably find a circumstance if you manufactured one where it's useful, right? But if it doesn't do this, if it doesn't occlude and save a probe coming down from LKO, from the lowest Kerbal orbit we're talking about, 72 and 75 I was at. If it can't keep a probe from blowing up at LKO, then it has no actual function in the game. Ooh, did I finish my chocolate milk from her? I didn't. I've got a sippy chocolate milky thing. We're already doing way better, though. So we've got to admit right here, right now, that the heat shield does do something. We didn't reach 30 kilometers last time. I think we were still in the 40s when we popped. And I was having to, like, do a lot of futzing with the craft to try and keep it for, you know, keep the... I was going down with the parachute first in order to try and occlude the probe. Hey, we made it. We made it. We are slow enough now. Our heat tick is going away. It does function to do something. I will say, it doesn't function too well. I mean, come on, man. You saw how deep we were into the tick, and we're coming back at 72 kilometers? It's supposed to occlude these things. And it did. It did. Barely. The best milk indeed. But okay, we did it. We finally got a friggin' orbit. Let's make sure that the contract actually respected the fact that I got the orbit. Oh, and that was the sound barrier unbreaking. Snapping back together, let's say. Let's do that little thing that I've been doing here, which is reduce the altitude at least to 500, so that we're not. It's just such a slow descent on a probe this light. I'll pop the parachute at 1,000. It will full deploy at 500, and we're down to 3 meters per second at 160 meters above the water. That's just fine, just a-okay. And we're in the water, and we're going to start sinking. Get me a telemetry report. Okay, and recover the vessel. Before we get too far under the water that it won't let you recover. If it sinks too far, the game is like, oh, well, now we're going to have to wait until you hit the bottom of the ocean floor. We did it, everybody. We got there. It took ridiculously too many attempts to just make an orbit, but with the parts we're working with, the aerodynamic issues we were facing, I'm not displeased. In completing that mission, we're now up to 250,000 Kerbuckazoids. Kuros? It's Kuros. We've got 250,000 Kuros. Portable Jim says, I think there may be some factors in play. I'm going to try to create a better defense for that heat shield. I would love to see it work if you could figure out a reason or a way that it would work, but that was pretty pathetic. I mean, you gotta acknowledge that if we got that deep into the heat tick, on the part size that it's supposed to be for, if it can't protect a probe coming down. I mean, honestly, even if it like worked better if you put like the battery in there, or the SAS first, or something like that, if you put it further back, it really needs to be able to protect the probe core that is in the size of that. And if, you know, I think we've just damned it. I don't think you can come up with a better defense for it, but I would love to hear arguments. Isn't the Octo like a little bigger though? I mean, maybe that heat shield works exclusively on the Probodyne Sputnik or whatever it is. Maybe it works exclusively on that. It would work fine for that one alone, which would also not be acceptable for you know, the one heat occluding return part in the size that it's unacceptable. The Octo and the Hex are both going to be a little bit larger than it, and if they're both going to perform like that, you could never return a probe from, you know, just high Kerbal orbit. Forget about, I was going to say the moon, but I would question whether or not you could get it to come back from like 1,000,000 meters high. I doubt it makes it to the moon and actually helps you get it home. Can you extend it at all, like raised from when it's protecting? Nerd God, what do you mean? How am I feeling today, by the way, Make It Pies? I'm feeling good now, yes. Started the live stream out feeling a little bit under the weather, like I have been wanting to start this live stream, and I kind of just decided I'm gonna do it today, and we did it today. And then before the first live stream break, I was feeling, you know, that I needed a live stream break really bad. And then we got some chocolate milk in me, and we you know, blew the same ship up 6 or 7 times, and I'm feeling great. The heat shield may shield the heat better if there's a buffer between the hull and the shield. So you are talking about what I was saying before, which was the idea of, like, if you put if I were to, like, take the SAS unit and do that from there to there and that to that, and there to there. And I would say that even if that does make it a little bit better, it's still unacceptable. You know, I'm saying unacceptable for gameplay, and for realism. Like, nobody would ever who's gonna ship it's like, what is the size of the craft is the thing. Is it this size or is it this size? Are you going to make it out of hexes because that's cute and cool and you like the look of it? Or is it going to make sense and everything's going to be a cylinder because you expect it to go up on your friggin'... You know, like, there's... whether you want to talk in realism terms or in gameplay terms, it would be absolutely unacceptable for this to not protect this from overheating. And it did protect it at LKO, but we know that it wouldn't protect it from anything higher than LKO, and I consider that unacceptable. Gameplay design. Game design from gameplay, from what you're trying to teach the players, and it should make sense, and it should be intuitive, and it should, you know, follow a certain set of rules and stuff. I would be way happier if this invisibly occluded the Octo, even though it looks smaller. Then that would be fine, because, like, the gameplay would be intact. But if it doesn't do the job, then, you know, you've failed. You've failed in the design of the game. To some extent, at least. I feel like despite being called probe cores, the Hex and Octo probes are very much designed solely for satellites, honestly. Yeah. That's true. But that again brings us back to, you know, what the hell is that supposed to be used on then? What are you ever going to return in the game that is that size if it doesn't have a probe core on it, and they made the probe cores to be like this, and to look like this, and to function like this? And here we are. Which, you know, I don't care. I ain't angry about it anymore. Been playing Kerbal long enough to know that this is just how things are. But I do like to get to that point where I feel like I can definitively call it on something like that and say, yep, that heat shield is all but useless in the game. All but useless in the game. So we have done all of the, like, major things that you do to get a career mode started. We've been here for 3.5 hours? I'm having trouble seeing my eyes, and then it's very small on my second monitor. My second monitor is a lot smaller than my main monitor. Looks like 3.5 hours. What would be next here? We're supposed to throw something on an escape trajectory. We're supposed to test a decoupler. I shouldn't have done that. It was a lot of money, and I thought, my brain said escape trajectory. Oh, they mean on a suborbital. I don't know why I thought they were talking about suborbital escape trajectory, but that's what my brain said, and we accepted it, and now we've got this contract that I don't like, because we really shouldn't be leaving the Kerbin SOI with any of our craft until we start getting missions that are like, hey, maybe you should go solar. And I've picked up this mission where I'm supposed to throw something solar. So if we do that mission, that's how I want to do it, is I want to throw something solar, and we don't go solar. I feel like it will mess up the you know, release of contracts. You think restock is messing with the hitboxes of the heat shields, says Portable Jim. Now that would be possible, that my whatever it is that I've, you know, reskinned everything with, is changing the, like, occlusion, you know, areas of it. If they did that, then that's a big flaw on the mod, on the person who did the remodeling, because the models are just models. You know, you don't have to... I presume, at least, I haven't done, you know, anything with the models in KSP and Unity, but I presume that the models are just the models. They're the visual, and then you've got your occlusion hitbox as a separate thing, and so you don't have to touch that at all. If the occlusion hitbox is generated based off the model, and you're doing, like, you know, manipulations of the model, then you better damn well know that. And this is a very popular, very well-known, very, you know, well spread out. A lot of people use this pack thing, and I'd be very disappointed in the mod maker if they had broken functionality. And honestly, I have more trust in the people who mod Kerbal Space Program than in the people who made Kerbal Space Program. I think Squad probably messed it up, and that the modders, didn't mess it up. But that's definitely the test to be run, and I'm not going to be the one to run it. But absolutely tell me, Portable Gem, if you get different results sending back a similar craft from LKO, or if you get the same amount of, like, filling of that heat tick. Chocolate milk. So, now that we've done all of the basic stuff, here in Probes Before Crew, we've got these missions. The first Kerbal in space, explore the moon with a probe, and explore Minmus with a probe. And I love them. I love them, I love them, I love them. I love all these missions. How long do I have to take them? 4 days, 4 days, and 4 days. Closer to 5 days in Kerbin. Isn't a Kerbin day like 6 hours long or something? So we want to take them all, and it might just be time to go ahead and upgrade the, upgrade this place so that I can make sure that I've got them all, and then that also means I don't have to worry about this thing that I shouldn't have taken. I could just keep it around until it's time to be doing things like that. How much would it cost to upgrade mission control? 112, we've certainly got the money, and it gets us 7 contracts, and if we also upgrade the tracking station, we'll get flight planning. Which I don't think we'll be doing immediately. No, we definitely won't be doing that immediately, but that'll be one step closer to it. I think it's worth doing. I don't think there's any other facility that needs to be upgraded at this point. And that's another thing, is you get so much more gameplay time in Probes Before Crew out of this KSC before you have to upgrade things, because you're launching probes. I can send a probe to, I can send multiple probes to Minmus because the payload is so low. I can send that out there on an 18-ton launch pad and on a 30-part count limit. Well, maybe not multiple probes on a 30-part count, but I can do a lot with just these facilities, whereas in, stock KSP, by the time you're done with this mission, you've already got to put... In fact, you may have already upgraded the VAB and the launch pad, right? It rushes you through these various stages in a way that just feels like the game wasn't paced very well, and I don't want to be framing this constantly about, like, Squad did it wrong, KSP sucks, even though that's true. I want to be framing it in terms of, look what Probes Before Crew has accomplished here, mainly by just changing the tech tree, but also by changing what you're doing and when you're doing it, and also guiding you with missions in the mission control, and balancing itself with a mindset for strategia as well, for these various things that you can opt into, these strategies and things. In fact, where I would go first is Minmus with probes, and we could go ahead and, like, activate one of these strategies. I don't think we're going there immediately, but let's look at it. Why send Kerbal to other planets when we can be more effective in gathering science by sending out uncrewed probes? Shall we send a probe to perform experiments on Minmus? And if we select this, we will have 400% funds to any milestone gains for Minmus. So when we enter into, its SOI for the first time, suborbital, when we go orbital, when we land on it, all of those milestones, 400% funds if this is active while we're doing that. The detriment, the penalty, is that we'll have negative 80% funds to any milestone gains for any other bodies. So if we happen to clip the moon as we're passing on our way to Minmus, we're going to lose out on the kind of money that we could have gotten for our first enter into the SOI of the moon. And also, having this active will increase the likelihood that we get contracts for Minmus. This is all brilliant. I friggin' love this. Strategia is how the game should have been as well. I think, this collection of mods that I'm running on right now is basically Kerbal Space Program designed. Not so much redesigned as just designed. Somebody came along and designed the damn thing for once. And this, Minmus Probes, will ask us to land probes in 3 different biomes on Minmus. There will be a penalty if we don't do it, that kind of thing, but this is actually also a mission. So it's a strategy, and it's a mission that clears itself and reopens your strategy slot once you've done it all. This is all just, brilliant stuff from Strategia and Probes Before Crew and how they marry together. KSP, but actually a game. That's how I feel about it, yeah. It actually works. It progresses and feels right, and it's got the pacing and everything like that. They've gotten it right. They've gotten it right with this mod collection. We have some R&D dollars to spend here. We've got some science, is what I'm saying. So we could... Well, you need to know what you're doing first, Plum. What's your next big thing here? You just upgraded mission control, right? So now I have a maximum of 7 active contracts. I'm going to take all 3 of these because they are, crucial. These are contracts inserted by the mods to make the game better, and they do, and I want them all. But while we're, I don't want to rush through our career mode here, and that means that, maybe let's see if we can't do some of these observational surveys. This one apparently pays more than all the rest for some reason. It's a crew report. Well, I don't want to play with crew. We're doing probes before crew, you see. So let's go out to the tracking station and have a look at where these things are, make sure they're not too far away. And then ponder what kind of craft we would make in order to enable ourselves to do these missions. Goodness, those are real far away. I mean, in terms of rocketry, they're not far away, but honestly, like trying to throw a rocket over here and then have it below 18 kilometers, this is how starkly contrasting the design and consideration and thoughtfulness of Probes Before Crew and Strategia are, and then the stuff that's just generated by the stock system is like, hey, why don't you send something way the hell over here to be above 18 kilometers, so it's not really going to be a plane with a Juno engine at this point in the game. Like, you'll really be struggling if you're going to do it with a Juno engine. But so you're going to have to send a rocket over there, but of course if you're going to try and send a rocket over there, how are you going to... You're going to be basically trying to fire an intercontinental ballistic missile to a location, hit that location, and while you're above a certain spot for just a few seconds, click and do it. Like, these... What is this? Excuse me? Who do you think you... This is the beginning of the game, and you're asking people to do things that maybe after they've got, 40 hours in, they could have a chance of pulling off if they do it 6 or 7 times. Just the stark contrast between the stock game and what we see from the others. But this one is Sector NNQB, is that what it looks like? Who's this by? It's by Reaction Systems Limited. Let's go see which one that is. If it's one of the ones that uses a probe, maybe we'll do that, because it's nearby. So Reaction Systems Limited is who we're looking for. That's up here. So these guys are Reaction Systems Limited, and that's Nerd's Curiosity. Wrong guys. These are the right guys. This is NNQB, and this is for... focus temperature survey, and I can do this with a probe. Measure the temperature in flight below 17.3, which means it can be, we could make a little plane, a little Juno, and fly it out and do that one. No requirements of needing to have a Kerbal on board. I'm going to take that, and just for the sake of having done at least one focused temperature survey style mission, we're going to do that. We're going to do that. After another live stream break, I think. I think we should take a few minutes here. 7 minutes, step away. Everybody can grab a drink, grab a snack, do a thing. And when we come back, we'll start building, and we could actually make some kind of little probe, in the spaceplane hangar that flies, or that is even a helicopter or something like that. We've got one tier that we can buy into. It could be like plane parts, helicopter, it could be anything. So stick with me across these next few minutes while we take a little live stream break, and we'll come back and carry on. For I am the Ronin Pawn. Yeah. You're a silly bastard. I think during this break I will start us off. I said I was going to play a certain song, didn't I? Ah, yes. If I can find Brazil in the list. I've got a number of recordings from when I was a little bit younger, and I was recording songs on, you know, recording my own takes of songs on really bad equipment that you're not going to love the sound of the microphones and stuff. I'm going to play one of those for you, and then I'll play you just some nice music. But as we go to break, because I mentioned it, I'm going to play you a little bit of Brazil. This is me on a guitar some years ago. And there's whistling involved. That's why we're doing it. You called me out on my whistling. Well, listen to this. It's not great whistling, but it's not bad. Pawn Not Out.
Brazil, where arts were entertaining June. We stood beneath an amber moon and whispered softly, someday soon, someday. We kissed,
Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn livestream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. That was a good break. Lady Pawn has made me a salad with a number of different meats and egg and all kinds of proteins in there, which is real good for me. Proteins are very good for my condition. But yes, we're playing Kerbal Space Program today. I hope you enjoyed my whistling, and while I was whistling, Portable Jim was putting our suspicions through the tests, through the rigors, and what it sounded like he found is that here in Kerbal, oh god, the mice are they're coming up through the floorboards again. The peanut butter out, traps. Cheese nips? Cheez-Its? Something like that? Did you throw those on the ground or something? Poison. What it seems that he's found is that it's the reskinning mod that I've got that makes the parts look a little bit different than stock. And you seem to know the name too, Jim. What mod is it that I'm using to reskin my parts? Because I don't know. I don't recall anymore. You know, my thing, what I used to be in love with was Ven's stock revamp. That's what I used to throw into every Kerbal install, and I think just for the sake of changing it up, I went and looked for someone else's things. How's Lady Pawn doing, by the way? She's doing good. She's doing good. She's and she made me a lovely cup of tea as well. And I should. Cinnamon. You mention Lady Pawn fairly regularly, but how are the cats doing? We've heard enough about your girlfriend. How are the cats? Fairly sure it's restock. Okay. Jem. So, I mean, like, if you have just done the hard work today to discover a bug in restock. And surely nobody gives a damn anymore, whoever's maintaining it, but it's worthy of going to the Kerbal Space Program forums and to restock and saying, hey, you have made the 0.625 meter ablator all but useless in the game on accident. And I should also apologize to Squad. I will apologize to Harvester. The rest of them, I don't know. Apologize to Squad for assuming that they had messed it up. I have so many reasons to assume that you would have messed it up. But yeah, very good work, Jim. And yeah, you should claim your bounty, your bug bounty on that. You did the work. You tested. You proved it. But wait, how are the cats? That was the question. How are the cats? Three of them have lost toes. No, they're all fine. What do you mean? Where are the cats? They're good. Lady Pawn. I'm sorry to mention her, but it's in reference to the cats. So stay with me. Just being a dick now. Lady Pawn, she also keeps like 5 or 6 cats, like stray cats outside. I mean, she doesn't keep them. They come around and she keeps them in terms of she feeds them and she, has gotten them flea treatments and things like that. And, we lost one of them to some kind of attack, some kind of other animal attack, but that was like one out of, I suppose it's now 7 or 8 who have come around, but I believe we've got, 5 or 6 cats who basically, at least half of their day is lived in our backyard because Lady Pawn cares for and treats them and takes care of them. We got about 12 cats we keep since my grandpa retired. Oh yeah? Well, it's good to hear that we're not the only ones with a community of cats surrounding the house at all times. I hear some rather disturbing sounds in the middle of the night regularly. Let's just say that. But we've just taken a little contract here, just for the fun of it. Just for the fun of it. Kerbal. Coke. We're going to conduct a focused temperature survey on Kerbal. We're taking one of these missions just because, hey, why not? And it wants us to go to below 17,300 meters at a location that is just a little bit away from the Space Center, it looks like, in the tracking station. And so the question is, how do we want to do that? Just for the fun of it? Yeah, it's this one right here. It's this pink one that's just behind. There's the Space Center, and there's where we need to go. So it's, you know, nowhere near the mountain line that's behind us, just a little bit into the grass behind the KSC. And, you know, we could build a little rocket to fly out there, or we could try and build a plane, or we could build a helicopter, or we could build a rocket, or a plane, or we're kind of limited right now. We don't have that many parts. Let's look at what's available to us. We can afford one of these 45 science tiers right now, and this is going to be all a bunch of rocket parts, and fireworks. Rocket parts and fireworks, sure. Under general construction, we would get that fairing. We really need to be buying that fairing, as we just struggled so incredibly hard to just orbit the planet with a probe sitting on the top of, you know, solid and liquid fuel stages. But if we bought into aviation, then we would have, you know, some basic rotors, some helicopter blades, some propellers for planes and things like that. We could actually make ourselves a nice little plane, little drone plane to fly over and collect things. Ooh, you know what just hit me, and that I'm very into what I like the idea of. As long as we're building something to go and grab some science a little bit behind the Space Center, I feel as though we should be building something that can grab a bunch of the science that exists at the Space Center as well. And what I would like to do then is make a probe, or, well, obviously it's a probe, but make a drone. And not a plane drone, and not a helicopter drone, but a modern drone, the way that we think of them, with several blades, you know, for stability and stuff like that. That would just make it really easy to go up, go over, land on the roofs of things here at the KSC, that could carry all of the science that we have in our pockets right now. I would like to try and make some kind of drone like that. The problem will be in terms of, like, stability and things, but I'm going to go ahead and buy into aviation because this is what I'm interested in doing right now. A helicopter, yeah, except for I've made an actual straight-up, you know, very much helicopter drone before, and I don't want to copy that design. I want to do something different, and I also found that trying to get your helicopter, at least with the parts that I had, you know, the parts that we now have, this stuff, to actually, like, negate its rotational forces and stuff, it was very tricky, and never really worked perfectly. And I don't want to go down that road again. What I would like is to make something that has, you know, at least 2 rotors on it that are rotating, you know, opposed to one another, so you don't have to deal with that rotational issue. But of course the problem there is that if you're going to have 2, I think you need 4. You know, there's a reason why they make drones with 4 propellers, is because, you know, that's how you keep the thing up. It's how you control the damn thing. How you can lean it forward, backward, right, left, that kind of a thing. Now, we have SAS, which is, you know, not a thing that exists in terms of, like, probes, or, no, I mean drones, rather, that you can buy, camera drones and whatnot. That's not exactly what's going on with those. So we'll be controlling it a different way, which means maybe we could get away with a 2-rotor drone. You think it's possible to make, like, almost a bicycle drone, bicycle on its side? I'll bet with SAS it is possible. We'd just be creating the lift with those, and then by, you know, leaning ourselves in one direction or the other, we'll travel in that direction. It'll be very slow, but it should be very stable as well. Let's go to robotics, and let's buy into basically everything. We've got, well, we did spend just a bit of money recently. So don't, you know, look at the numbers, and if you go, oh my god, then just don't. But I'll just buy into all of that stuff so that we have options. And then in terms of aviation as well, we shouldn't really need wings. Sort by mass. I'm used to seeing these sorted by mass. We'll buy into these little nose cones. I come up with a lot of weird uses for those. Why? Oh, because we can't make it. Right, I don't have to buy into everything. Well, give me a part so that I can see what we have and what we don't. Propeller blade type A, sure. Ducted fan blade. We don't have a duct, but okay. I'll take the small nose cone as well. We're investing in our future by making these purchases. We're definitely going to need that sooner or later anyway. Shouldn't need elevons. Really shouldn't need wings for you know, what I'm pitching here either. I might use a tail connector in order to make like a body for whatever it is that we're making here. Curious idea. Having more than one blade is generally accepted as more stable than having a single blade. So... Alright, get rid of you. So what will be the core body of this, though? In the past, what I've used is the helicopter blades. Well, we're obviously going to need a probe core to start it off. And I don't want to use, you know, we've got the modular girder segment. These things are 0.125 tons. This is a ridiculous amount of weight for them to, you know, give you these at the beginning of the game and think that, yeah, you should do something with those. Like, give us the smaller ones, sure, and, you know... It's traditional, though. It's traditional. It's traditional KSP. Like, in the early days, every ship was made with these for landing legs. It's traditional. You gotta have it there. Okay. Well, there's an idea, huh? That is upright. It could be cute. What are you? You're 0.075. Yeah, you're half the weight of those other girders, or more. What were they again? 0.125 in comparison to 0.075. So not quite half, but still a fair bit less. Okay, yeah, I like this. I like this. I'm getting ideas now. Things are coming to me. So first off, like, I don't want to load you down with a bunch of, you know, with battery weight. Like, this is a 0.01 thing, this is 0.005. We could have just one battery. In fact, you don't need a battery, screw that. Take advantage of the fact you got 50 in here, because the idea would be that we've got enough, you know, generation on it so that we don't have to worry about generation. This is the core of the thing. And then we just need a way to, you know, hang our two rotors out there in a way that's stable. We're definitely going to need the SAS, because that's going to be just the main thing here. Y'all still here, says Noah? Am I still there? If you're asking questions like that, it makes me think that I've gone offline and no one's told me. Can you hear me in the internet land? Would allow me to build in the directions that I want to build.
Oh no!
That's not the correct answer to can you still hear me? I don't want to hear oh no or game over. Those suggest that I'm not here. Let's have an antenna as well. This is getting kind of cool. Yes. Certainly. The fact that you're making me question whether or not that is definitely evil. Okay, no, evil is appropriate, which means that I know that you can hear me. Planning to come back on Mario speedrun? I wasn't planning, no. It hasn't been in my mind. That one in particular. However, I did just boot up Minecraft the other day and play a little bit. And, I'm so, like, everything is so new to me still in Minecraft, like, with all of the changes that they made, with making the world so much higher and so much lower, and how mining has changed and everything like that, that there's still, I still feel like, even though we played a little bit of it, that I hadn't gotten into it, and a way that I would make it fun for myself is I would love to return to the idea of the Head Kill series, one of my really old, earlier YouTube series. I'm talking 2014, 2013, something like that. Head Kill, standing for Hardcore Ender Dragon Kill. Now, I have speedrun Minecraft now, so I have a better idea of how you would do that. But I don't think I'd want to approach it as a speedrun. I would be, you know, like, I don't want to rush through it, I don't want to have a splitter running. But the idea of starting up a world in hardcore mode and going through it at pace, not slow, not fast, toward, you know, defeating the Ender Dragon in hardcore mode. I like the idea of that. That would make it interesting to me again, and I'd get to explore the new Minecraft. Are you asking what time it is for me? It is 8, it's almost 9 a.m. 9 in the morning. We started this live stream, I don't know, somewhere around 3 or 4 a.m. for me. Because that's been my messed up sleep schedule, but I'm trying to keep myself up. And be a good boy and get back onto a normal human schedule. Although I don't think much of humans. Their sleep schedules, however, are healthy. I do have to say that. I must admit, I have to acknowledge, and I hate to, I hate to, if I didn't have this up here, and instead, because we don't only want one pawn. You'll have a number of opportunities to pop a number of these things, and it would be a very good idea. We could do it that way, or I could do it radially. 4 times. Can I, though? Like, can the game deal with me saying, no, give me 4 of them? I suppose if I did it diagonal? What is the center of you? This is very, very odd to me to see how these things align themselves or don't. That looks right. Honestly, yeah, that would be a good way to do it. Throw them out. And if we have 4 of them and they're just on the sides here. Not quite right. Gimme. That's pretty good. Drag you down and then probably switch over to this version. Yeah, I could deal with that. Kind of like it. And so now we've got a 0.05 part in there, a 0.05 part in here. I would love it if they were... Yeah, let's just put them on the floor. If you let me put them on the floor, it's just easier to feel like I probably got the spacing reasonably sorted. And I've lost that antenna. Oh, there it is. Wherever it was that I set it down, it's gone. Oh, it's here. So that's a 0.05, a 0.05, a 0.005 part, 0.005 part. If we can find another 0.005 part over here, and it could be that one battery. Or it could be one of our photo panels. No, we'll just have one battery over here, and so now we've got more or less, you know, it's It's close-ish. Are you gonna... Yeah, it doesn't look like you're gonna actually be able to clear that thing from where I've put you there. But if I were to do that, and then spank you down a little bit, doesn't even have to be that much, just a little bit like that. And when you extend, yeah. Okay, so this is the core of our little drone, and it might just be that. It just depends on kind of where the photovoltaic, where our solar panels are going to go. One of them being right there doesn't seem like a bad idea. And remember, we are part limited at this point in the game to 30. If we're going to put it out onto the runway. Put one of those there for now, because we can. But the thing that I want to do from here is build kind of out and off of it in a way that seems plausible. By the way, what's the impact tolerance of this? 9 meters per second. It's not great. It's not bad. It's not great. It's not bad. We could put some landing legs on it if we want it. Give it spider legs, says Noah Crow. You want spider legs. Alright. Apparently I already bought into them. Oh goodness. That's gonna be silly. That's just gonna be silly. I like silly things. Silly things are... yes. But it is going to be silly. Rather silly. Where are you? You also need to like be in a snapping mode when I put you on there. Some sort of snapping. Yeah, now you're on a spot. Rather silly. Rather. Spiders have 8 legs. We are limited to... Did I not just say? I would really like it to sit nice and low, actually. Yeah. Oh, that looks way better. Let's do that. That's what we want. Right there. You wanted spider legs. Here we go. They might want to be just a little bit lower. So that there's a little bit of give to them, you know? And where that is the thing, spring damper, spring strength. I'll play with them when we get them on the pad, actually. We'll leave that alone. Make sure to harden the suspension a lot if you're putting them there. Yeah, we'll play with them when they're on the pad. Figure that out. But I'm already falling in love. Oh, and we've got lights. Now we're going to have lights on the thing. I mean, obviously. Not that many. We are parts limited. I don't know if I've mentioned it. Are you snapped now? Yeah? Mm-hmm. Let's match the gray so that it just blends in. And then we'll turn the lights on. And... okay, so let me remove you from symmetry and make you red, and you'll be green. And you'll blink. You'll all blink. Yeah, I love that. Yep. That's, yeah. You guys, though, could be a little bit... No, but I've already removed them from symmetry. You could be exactly where you are and left alone. Of course you need lights. How else will you land in the dark? Yes, which is a thing we'll be doing on this solar-powered... Okay, so that's the core. Now we just need to make it fly somehow. And the best idea, like I'm pretty sure I've looked at all the parts here that we've gone by, and the best thing that I could possibly come up with right here is to have a helicopter blade Type A, and we build off of those, you know, is the premise there. So, if I do mirror, and put you out like that, and we get that kind of a thing. If I do... yeah, then you guys match, and I'd rather have you match. They're just here to be structural. If I make sure and just, you know, that they're disabled. in every way, then they shouldn't affect our flight profile or anything like that. KSP2 has a lot of good stuff going for it, just not gameplay. Well, they've got time. They've got a lot of time. They've got an infinite amount of time. So my thought would be you do like that, and then you get the robotics parts out. You get your light-duty rotor, and I think it'll be this one. Okay, we are in a snapping mode there. I'll just put it into an absolute snapping mode and hit it again to make sure that they're centered. And it looks like they're centered. And then from this mode, I mean, I could actually put helicopter blades on it, and they would, like, be in both directions. Oh, I was planning to do, like, plane prop stuff, but now that I envision that we took it out with helicopter blades, and then we're going to put helicopter blades back on it. I kind of love it. And you are set up for 2 on either side. That's, you know, that would be good. Is that how we're going to do this? Like that? Is it gonna work? I have problems with you know, I've only tinkered with this for like 6 or 8 hours, so I don't entirely know what all needs to happen in terms of like deploying them at the right angle and that kind of a thing. What I do know, what I have done, like, I may screw this up, is what I'm saying. Reducing the motor size to almost nothing seems to be the place to go. And I'll start with, like, motor size of 5. And that will reduce the crazy, ridiculous torques that are on them. The fact that they were put, you know, on here in whatever attachment mode they're in, they might already be mirroring one another in terms of spinning in the opposite directions. I won't know until I get it out there, kind of a thing. Same length as the blade they're attached to, yeah, but they come out from here, so there should be just enough space, just, you know, including this radius, it should be just enough space for them to clear each other. I think that'll be just friggin' awesome if that works. But I love the idea of this. I just don't know that it'll actually function. We're going to want more electric generation than that as well. I'm pretty sure. Alright, I'll just put you on like that, and then I'll come back with an absolute snap. Hey! It actually kind of looks cool. I kind of like that they do that they penetrate that way, but I want all of the power out of them, so no. No, sir. And I think I will lower them a bit. Yes, and then look, you can see the gear under there. I don't think I can, yeah, I can move closer. Look at that. How it's like trapping the blade. I don't want to move them, you know, it's a little bit messed up there. If I moved them, they won't be perfectly central anymore, but that's cool. That's cool. I feel like this is going to end in disaster. Well, that's the beauty of Probes Before Crew. It can never end in disaster. There's no one around to die. We have no, you know, action groups or anything like that right now. So I will be doing these kind of adjustments manually. I hope that they will, like, I need to keep them in some kind of symmetry mode so I can control them all at the same time. I won't be able to. It's going to be, I just put them on in such a way as this blade and this blade, and then that blade and that blade. That's going to be the main problem there. I suppose what you do to deal with that, take this off. And you put this on here, right? And then I remove you, grab you, put you back on, and I take the whole thing as one piece, And I'll do this in mirror mode. So I think that will probably end up with more the thing that we're looking for. Drop you on there. Back to our absolute snap stuff. Pull you down. Push you through. And I'd love them to be just as close as they could possibly be. And we can find out how close they get. I love it. Let's make them a little closer. As long as there's not any bend in anything. Maybe it was better to just leave them there, Paul. Yeah, it was probably better to leave them there. And in fact, I did like them more when they were there. But that should allow me to control maybe all of them at once. I don't know. With just one right-click dialogue, we'll see. We've got the probe. We've got power generation. We've got a core. We've got an antenna. We've got all of the types of science that we intended to drag around here. I think we might be, you know, ready to put it out on the pad and find out how it's going to suck. So, since this is a different vehicle area, I'm going to restart on the numbers at 001 here. Probe needs a name. This is unlicensed streamer. Are you suggesting that that we open a raffle to name the probe core on this vessel? It could get used a lot. That is a good idea. Okay. I'm starting up my Python script. It's running. So Noah, if you type an exclamation point raffle because you are a moderator, that should open a raffle. And then if you want to be entered into the raffle, type exclamation point raffle again, and that will get you an entry into the raffle. But I'd like to see if it works with you opening it instead of me. Because I just wrote this the other day. Okay, so Noah Craw has opened a raffle. And then everybody just types raffle. I put all of the raffle things into raffle, and for, you know, moderation and for me, you know, we right now the commands are, you know, close. It's not raffle close, it's just close. And other things like that. But in terms of like the interaction of everybody in chat, I think all you should ever have to type is exclamation point raffle. I have no like limiter. There's a whole bunch of things that you need to do if you're going to make a real chat bot kind of a thing that I haven't done. I've just hopefully gotten the raffle part of things working. And Noah, let me know if you know, what you learned from your development. Like, should the bot be responding to everyone who does the raffle thing? Does it matter whether or not it's a reply or a statement in chat? If you've got any suggestions around raffle in specific, after seeing how it works, you know, let me know. But this was a pretty simple, slap together in a couple hours kind of thing. Does it have double detection? Like if you hit raffle again and again and again, the way that I dealt with that without having to deal with that is in Python it's using a dictionary to store the raffle entries, and so the key for every entry into it is your name. So if you try to enter a second time, it will just overwrite the same, you know, thing. You can't get two raffles, you can't get two entries, because your name will still be your name, and the way that a dictionary works in Python is that, you know, the key is accessed by that name. So I just avoided having to do any real code for it just by making it a dictionary. But yeah, I have no, like, limiting on it in terms of how frequently you can annoy it and it will respond to you, and that's the kind of thing that you have to do for a proper bot. So, you know, just don't harass the bot, and you know, otherwise we will will stop you from harassing the bot with some kind of retributive action or something like that. But for now, okay, 001, nameless is what we'll call it, and we'll put it out on the pad and give it a little test. Well, anybody and everybody who wants to get in on the raffle types !raffle in chat. It accepted a param. I shall now hack your Python script. Yes, I did build it in... it allows me, at least, to... or a moderator, to when we roll for it, it's no longer raffle and then roll, or !raffle roll, it's just !roll. And when we ask for a roll, we can actually ask for a roll and then the number of winners that we want to receive from it. That should work too, although we won't be testing that, I suppose, on this. Let's put this out on the pad and see where we are, because you know I'm going to have to, like, it's going to be a lot of adjustments before we get something that's real, that actually works here. Oh, it doesn't care about case. Well, that's cool. I didn't do that on Licensed Streamer, but I am using a API written for Python for Twitch, and I'm using, you know, their built-in sort of commands structure, so what you've just told, you know, proven that I didn't even think about, was that they were smart enough to build something in there that will handle that kind of a thing. Look at this. So let's have max spring strength. And a low damper would be a good idea. You don't wanna raise that damper too much. But put a damper on things. The hell just happened? Why would changing the spring and the damper cause the legs to expand? This game is finished. I just want you to. It's not a bug. It's a free trial for a new paid feature. What? Not laziness in your coding, it's efficiency. That's right, that's right. I was very proud of having figured out the dictionary thing. Oh! Oh! And we've got sounds! The robotic parts have sounds! They don't have that in stock. This is because I have mods. Okay, can I get a hold of one of the blades? Ooh! They've evened out for some reason. Get a hold of the blade. Deploy angle. Well, doesn't look like any deploy angle gets this thing up, which may mean that the blades are just on completely wrong. No pitch or roll, please. Yeah. This was the first step to the helicopter you had last game. Really? Did I make a helicopter last game?
We are many. You are but one.
Thank you for the follow. Press deploy. Oh, that's right. I didn't have the deploy on. Let's go to 0 then. And then deploy, and then... Holy! And we're up in the air. Thank you. I had forgotten entirely. Alright, well... It works! Alright, where are we going? What was the mission? So let me just activate navigation, and we're on our way. I'm trying to reach in and get a blade. There we go, I got a blade. Hold it up here, don't ever let it go. Alright, let's go down. And give me radar altitude. I'm gonna land this thing without any explosions. The only explosions that will have occurred here will be the Kraken's fault. My plan. Okay, no, that's fine. It's evening out. It's evening out. I'm not even using SAS. Maybe I should use SAS. Yeah, SAS, we can go do a mission. We're not going to do a mission yet. We blew up the legs. But, let me just, and then, okay, that's this side that I want to be on. And then if I do this, we should stop our velocity that direction. Okay, the roll is a bit of an issue. Alright, let's land over here. It's not the roll, actually, it's the yaw, I guess, is what I'm complaining about. Wow, it is just on a dime, like, it reacts immediately to these adjustments, huh? Okay. That's potentially, like, that's one of my most successful builds right there. It worked to some extent first try. Told you needed 8 legs. What? I can't hear you. Brakes. Yeah, if there is a volume level on that, I would make an adjustment. What are any of these things that are on the side of my installation? I don't know what these are. That was hugely successful. And as successful as it was, let's get our first science. Observe some mystery goo from the R&D Center. 8.6 science that'll be worth when we recover it. This is ridiculous, and I love it. Log the pressure data, that's worth 4.3. There should be a thermometer on here. Yep, temperature readings are quite literally nominal there. And finally, a telemetry report. That's worth 1.4. Well, that was just wonderful right there. That was lovely. What's weird is that the blades look like they parked in a position where it insinuates that they were rotating opposite to one another, but sure as shit they weren't. I don't think so, anyway. I've never seen something more successful in the Kerbal Space Program. Yeah, that only the landing legs blew up. I mean, that's how many people can say that, really? Recover the vessel. I can't believe you built something that worked first try. Yeah, with the robotics parts? Me neither, Mephistopheles, genuinely. That got us 18 science. We're back up to 27.4, and that's just one. That's just the R&D Center. You can land on these buildings and get more specific data. We're gonna bring in a lot of science here. Just a few modifications to our 2-blade drone copter. I don't like the way it flies, if I'm perfectly honest with you, but you know, I don't want to be honest with you ever, really. I'm going to put this down to 0. And with the deploy direction, though, that's going to be problematic. No. Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, no. What I'm thinking of right now is not the deploy direction that I'm interested in. And by the way, go ahead and deploy extended, yes, at 0 degrees. It's the motors. Because what I want to do is reverse the I want this one to be spinning in one direction, that one to be spinning in the other direction. If I break their symmetry, because it's Kerbal Space Program, these might still be in symmetry. The helicopter blades might still be like where if I change one, I change all of them. That might happen because Kerbal Space Program. I don't think it should happen, but it might actually happen that way, which would be good for us. But what's likely to happen is if I break symmetry in order to reverse the direction of one of them, then we'll get in a situation where I have to control the blades individually, which is going to suck, and we can't do anything with action groups until, you know, I pay for action groups, which we're not there yet. Bind the deploy angle to the throttle in the action groups so you can control the thing. Yeah. And we'll definitely get there. We will definitely do that eventually with this, probably the same craft, or with a later version of this craft when we've got those things, but right now we don't have them. So what we're going to do then is I'm going to find out who just won the raffle. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to close it. We close the raffle, and there are 9 of you who entered in. And actually, Noah, I should have let you do this just so that you could, in fact, Noah, reopen it. Exclamation point, reopen. Just, we'll go through the whole thing. Do you mind? I'm not trying to be, you know, too silly about it, but we might as well walk through all of the things and see that they work with you as a mod controlling them. No pawn points to be lost when it doesn't work. Yes, that's true. So we've reopened it, which means that it should mean that more people could enter, and in fact, I will enter, and if I get, you know, selected, then... Okay, we're both in the... and Acute Shark and I have all both re-entered the raffle, so that proves that in theory, anyway. Noah, if you want to, roll... And you can just hit roll. If you add a number to the end, we'll get multiple winners, but we just want one winner anyway, so if you hit close, we'll close it manually. Roll should close it and then roll. A winner is unlicensed streamer. Alright. So 001, unlicensed streamer. Are we naming the craft this, or you guys keep saying naming the probe, and I'm thinking, can I actually name the probe something? Unlicensed streamer? In fact, should it be like that? Should it be all lowercase? It's you won, so you can say it. I actually would like that. Unlicensed streamer Mark 1. Great name for a drone, too. Yeah. It works, doesn't it? Do you like that, or shall I do the capitalizations the way you've done them? Let's see, unlicensed streamer. Boy, I like it so much with the space. Do you mind? Just unlicensed, please. Oh, but it's a flying thing that has streamer in the name. We've got to have it. It's up to you. You get to have it. Unlicensed is what it'll be if that's as you want it. Unlicensed Mark 1. And this is good because now if I name it something different, we've got the old one to go back to in case this doesn't work, because otherwise it's a real pain. A real pain to, I say rigged. Is it to be named or to be named after? Yeah, you know what? I might name it Unlicensed Streamer now. You might be convincing me. But it would be a real pain if we broke it out of symmetry. You can't put it back in symmetry. You got to rebuild it. It's not that big of a deal, but it's a big deal. But what I want to do then is remove from symmetry, and with you, we want the motor. Where is it that you can reverse the motor on these things? Rotation direction counterclockwise, and then that would mean as well that wouldn't these also have to be deploy direction inverted, but then these are also inverted, so we can't do that. We're going to find out how the unlicensed streamer... I like it too much. It's a flying thing. It's got the word streamer in it. I can choose? Thank you. Thank you. I like that. Unlicensed streamer. We'll go out and we'll find out what this is going to do. What I would think it would do would be that this will lift and this will go down and we're going to go, woo, kind of a thing. But if I break the sim... Well, this is just test 1. This is just test 2, rather. But test 1 of the change we just made here. It's going to do a flip. Yeah, that's what I think it's going to do, too. But let's see, because... I mean, it's not that big of a deal if I have to control them independently. SAS, as long as that my adjustments are small, SAS will compensate for them. We'll be able to make the adjustments, you know, one at a time. But, torque limit up. Nope. Torque limit up. You guys should balance each other. I'll hit SAS as well. Okay, if we're out here, then the volume isn't that problematic. In terms of the volume being problematic, like spacecraft, maybe? There's probably a setting in here. Oh, there it is! Okay, so RSE... Hang on. RSE is the thing. It's doing this. Hey! All the way down to like 30 or something, right? You guys tell me if that's more reasonable, right? Rodent Pawn, it was on radial symmetry when you placed it, so if you try the other mode, it should do it automatically. I'm pretty sure when I ripped them off and put them back on the second time that I did put it on in mirror mode. That was my intention anyway, and that's what I thought I did. Let's deploy angle. Yep. We don't need to prove that it's... Okay, that's enough. We don't need to see the explosion. We don't need to see all these. If I just exploded everything that I made, you're spoiled. Okay, so we're just going to go back to the spaceplane here. It's definitely in radial. I swear that the first time I did it, it was in radial, and when I rebuilt them and put it here and put them on and everything, I switched it back over to mirror specifically because I was thinking about it. But we will... Shit. We'll have to do it anyway, so... Go. We are in... Oh, I see. So maybe it was, and I hit R to switch it over, and it didn't because these are attached in radial. So maybe we're both right, in a way. Me more than you. It's exactly not me more than you. So let's put these on in mirror mode, which I hate, because now we've got, this is blue, but that's not, and that annoys my eye. But, you know, function occasionally over form, I suppose. So now these are also in mirror mode. So pull you down, push you in a little bit, and we can just double check that they're not going to slam into each other. Will you please, for the love of God, just hold the thing that oh, wow, they are going to be very close to slamming into each other that way. Let's give them just a little bit of breathing room there. And then back out to the 90s. And I guess we can try that and see if they spin against one another, and I can control them all the way that I want to control them and all of those things. The other thing that we should do is, while we're in here with the legs... spring strength, just all the way up to max. Damper strength, I'll just leave at 1, because they exploded when I messed with the damper. Can you change the color of the rotors? The rotors? There's this tiniest little adjustment that gets made here, if I remember correct, and that's it. So not really. The blades, no. Flipping the blades will actually change them from, like, whether they're clockwise or counterclockwise. So that's more of a functional thing. But let's send this back out and see if that one, you know, works at all. I think we're just going to end up doing what I don't want to have to do, which is, you know, breaking everything out of symmetry. And as soon as we buy in, we'll be able to, you know, I'll be able to, like, mesh things together in action groups, and it won't be a problem. But for now, yeah, they're still spinning in the same direction. And even if I reversed the rotor direction, I then also have to change the blades to counterclockwise, so everything just has to be pulled out of mirror mode. But I'll tell you what we can do is go ahead and just take the science that we can get from here. We haven't taken it from the pad yet, so the goose seems to behave very much the same as it always does around here on the runway. In terms of temperature, very literally nominal. Barometer is now baromming, and the only other thing we've got is telemetry, which is successful, and we'll recover that vessel, and then we'll just do the thing where I have to break everything out of symmetry. The blades are mirrored correctly, right? At least the blades are mirrored. I mean, I would expect, if that were true, then wouldn't we have seen the same thing? That they would have, like, one of them would have pulled up and the other would have pushed out. I was in 0 degrees, so I guess we wouldn't have seen anything unless I actually cranked it up. I presume that, yeah, they're all facing in the same direction. This one's that way, that one's that way. I think what has to happen here is I remove from symmetry the motor, and I change its direction to be... Oh, well, I had already set them to clock. So now we've got a clockwise one, we got a counterclockwise one. This one is clockwise. So these blades should not have to be adjusted. But I think the blades are all still in symmetry. What really sucks is the idea that I would have to control all 4 blades independently. That's not going to actually happen, if that's a thing that has to happen. But yeah, the blades are currently clockwise on that side, but if I switch them over here, then they all switch because they are still in symmetry. What we need is a situation where the motor and blades on this side are, like, this blade is in symmetry to that blade, this blade is not in symmetry to that blade. So what we're going to do for that is I'm going to go to an absolute snap here, and I'm going to hit them into a place. And I'll do that. That's a half snap. I held shift while I pulled that down. I hate that as a solution, but that's what it's going to have to be, is something like that. If I pull you back up, I'll leave you on the top. But that will allow me to then, like, just get rid of this entirely. And then make a copy of these and put it on the same side in the same place, and they'll be completely separate though. So you'll be like that, and then we hit you with the snap. That's about halfway in. Alright, so that's into that, and then yeah, they're both in the same spot now, but now I should be able to tell this to be counterclockwise, and now they oppose one another, and this motor is also counterclockwise. This one is clockwise, and the blades are clockwise, and now we've got it set up to where that'll work. I'll just have to control both sets of blades, you know, by pulling up 2 of these things. And I'll just make the adjustments subtle, and SAS will probably handle the rest of it. But that should be a, you know, flyable thing now at this point. Kind of the last deal will be, is it going to be good to fly? It's going to be fun to fly. I'm curious if control point forward would do me any better here as well. So let's try all those things. Save that and put it out on the pad. Why not flip the structural blade too, then, for the colors? Oh yeah! Since now they're all, everything is separate from one another, we could do that. Oh. on the Mark II, when we go back in anyway. So, torque limit all the way up, torque limit all the way up. Now they'll rotate against one another. You're going to control the blades separately. Yeah, I mean that's the only way that I'll be able to do it is so, like, blades 1, blades 2, SAS on, and then deploy angle a little bit, and deploy angle a little bit. Okay. A little bit tricky, but it does work. And then what is forward here? Oh, that's perfect. That's exactly what I want to see. Oh yeah, this is way easier to fly in forward mode. Bring the gear in. Oh, I love it. I love what we've made. I would love to be able to control height and get more of it than this. But, you know, any amount that I put on is going to be a little bit problematic there. Let's go to the top of the VAB first, if we can. Well, coming in at the astronaut complex, maybe that's the place to set down first. Don't challenge yourself too much. Gear out, and like that. Yeah, the SAS can overpower the blades themselves if I... Well, the reaction wheels can if I just control them anyway. Let's get down to... I'm watching this now. See, I'm pushing the prograde to the bottom of the ball. Well, I was pushing the prograde to the bottom of the ball. Was the idea there. And that would be that our velocity is negated. There we go. Try and get it to the bottom. Try and get it to the bottom. It's very, very touchy there. Okay. That's good. And now, incredibly slowly, we will descend. Nope. Nope. Okay, it's fine. Ish. It's fine-ish. There we go. Alright. I have a feeling that this is like this is 0 and this is 0.5 right now. You see how it wants to bend to the left? But anyway, how are we doing on electric charge? We're doing fine on electric charge. I wonder if we could get away with less, you know, generation. Observe the mystery goo. From the astronaut complex, worth another 8.6. Give me some barometer data. Give me some temperature data. Oh, Jesus, duck, Pawn, duck. And finally, telemetry. Okay, so that's that. Give me F5 from here. And then let's see if I can get this thing back up. Okay, I need you to not run into the thing. We could set down on the VAB. Does that give us more data? Actually, let's go over to the spaceplane hangar. It's a little tricky. You know what would be easier is if I had locked cam from the back. Yeah, that's how you fly a helicopter-y kind of a thing. Be even better with action groups once you get them. Yeah, absolutely it will be. Way better, because right now we're not even on the blades, even though it says 1 degrees. One of them is 1.5 and one of them is 1, or one of them is 1.8. You know, that kind of a thing is going on here. Okay, stop please. Yeah. I need you to, and then we need to start coming down. Start coming down. I need you over it. And? Beautiful touchdown. Exactly as we always plan. I'm just going to try and stay under the blades. Keep my head low. From the SBH main buildings. This isn't just from the spaceplane hangar. This is from on top of the building. This is specific science. This is how many biomes there are at the KSC. Oh, we do have to transmit that, don't we, then? Review data and send it in. And we have just chopped off the antenna a little bit. So no problem transmitting that. Transmit this. Transmit that. I love how it looks like it's just slipping through here too. That's kind of cool. Okay, so this is the back of it. That's where the red is. That was my plan. My intent was that. Antenna should be dead center in between the blades. Yeah, it really should be. That would be a nice little adjustment. You know what I've just realized is that there's actually a strategia... let me just back away a little bit. There's actually a strategia thing, a strategy that we can enable where we would get more science from collecting it around the Space Center. So I'm going to take what I've collected here, but I'm going to stop collecting any more. And we're just going to go do our mission. So I'm genuinely going to... Oh, listen to the sound of the blades out here. Well, this is very good mod. I like it. Activate the navigation for that, and it's going to be a bit of a flight. We can be under that. But, you know, this thing is not going to be particularly fast. It's just going to be nimble, let's say. So, you up? Nope, nope. And I'll just counter. Yep, I'll hold against you. Come on. Okay. 2? Sure, let's have 2 on either side. And so our mission is over here. Oh, I'm loving this. Bring the gear in. Oh, I love it. I love it. Why not put the windows right next to each other, Paul? That would be easier for control, but I don't know, like I'd have to just fly like that or something. At least this is... the thing is centered. Let's give ourselves a little bit more so that I can angle us harder at the direction we want to go to get more speed. That's almost good. Give me radar altitude so I know. Like a little bit more would be even better. Nope. 5. 5 and 5. And I can just angle us kind of hard like that. And we'll maintain our height while traveling, cruising at about 29, 30 meters per second. The SAS doesn't seem to hold us, though, nosed down. If I turned it off, and I tried to pitch us instead, I would say the SAS is probably what you want to do, Pong. Go ahead and just fight the SAS. It would take a while to find what I have to do to balance this thing out. But I'll just tap against the SAS here and there. Do I have a license for this drone? It's unlicensed. but it's licensed unlicensed. We named it unlicensed, so that's as good, right? It's okay. I wonder how far away we are from the damn thing. I mean, we'd kind of be hard to tell. We are entering sector whatever it is. What are we supposed to do now that we're here? We did just enter it. We're here. I forget what what was the mission? Measure the temperature in flight below the things. Alright, thermometer. Log. And we have collected survey data for sector NNQB. Says it right there. Alright. 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 Since we're not going to collect any more data, go away, from the Space Center, or really anywhere. No, we can collect data from, like, out here. Yeah, let's get grasslands. Have we gotten grasslands? We haven't. So let's set down out here and collect the data from here, because this isn't the Space Center itself. So, down to descent. Nope, you're going in the wrong direction there. Let's do a -1. -1. Let's see what the speed of our descent is. Go ahead and just be like that on the ball. Put out our landing legs. We're gonna need more downward pressure than that. -3, -3. I do like that. I'm getting the prograde over toward the middle of the ball and then flattening out. Coming down at 6.5 meters per second. Pretty much straight down too. I think I've handled that part of things okay. Now let's reduce the speed with which we are descending. Cancel out all the velocity that I just made. Like that, and just a perfect... It's built for me to be able to fly it. Whoa! What the... This doesn't seem good. Alright, one of the landing legs was unnecessary. We can go down to 3 landing legs, everybody. We just found out. I'm gonna go ahead and... What are you gonna go ahead and... I'm gonna...
We are many, you are but one.
I'm gonna try and throttle us down here. Thank you for the follow.
We are many, you are but one.
And thank you for the follow. Observe the mystery goo. Yeah, it's accumulated at Kerbin's Shores. That's where we are. We're not in the grasslands. We're at Kerbin's Shores. Maybe we did need that extra landing leg. Things seem to be tipping a little bit now. Log the temperature.
We are many, you are but one.
Thank you for the follow. Log pressure data. Uh-huh. Did I get the temperature? This is not working out as well. You know, we'd probably sit better without the landing legs at this point. Should I bring them in before the blades hit the ground? Just carry on, Pawn. Nothing to see here, everyone. So we've got the barometer, we got the goo. Did I get the thermometer? I think I started with it. Review the data. Yes, that's from Kerbin's Shores. Okay, I think that's all the data that we can get. Brakes. This could be bad. Nope, we're okay. And camera back to auto. A successful flight. Now it's a blender. Okay, I'm just going to recover it then. We should have brought in quite a whack of science there, but we've also preserved most of the science so that I can enable... I don't think we can do it yet, but We will soon be able to buy into the strategy where we get more science off the science collected from around the KSC. And yeah, we brought back 34.7, which is 87. If we had 3 more science, we could get 2 more 45 tiers in R&D. But we'll figure that out. I think we probably just came to the end of this live stream. This has been 5-hour long live stream, day 1 of probes before crew, and that's the kind of fun that you get to have. There's some debris out there. Repeated errors debris. That was from our orbital vessel, wasn't it? That was from no, that was from one, yeah, I don't know what that was from. That was from the vessel that actually made it to space, I think. Let's go ahead and recover whatever that debris is. Thank you for streaming. Oh, thank you for watching, Unlicensed Streamer. And thank you for being in the raffle, and thank you for winning. And thank you for giving us a good name for our first robotic drone probe thing flying science getting majigger madoodle. We end the day with 147,481 Kuros. I love that. I can't believe we've been playing KSP as long as we have, and I never came up with Kuros before today. 88 science, and our reputation seems to be into the green a bit. It's helpful when you're not, using any Kerbals who can die, but we will be getting tourist missions soon. In fact, we did just clear that one mission. What are they offering us right now? More observational surveys, sure. More tests, more hauling. Nothing of interest, good, because we're walking away. Thanks everybody for coming out to this live stream. I had a great time. And we got through it without me, having significant health issues, which is the main thing. Before we go, just have a look in on the city of Detroit here. Apparently the river cam is down. Something's broken. I'm going to have to go out there and restore my surveillance system. But Falcon cam, balcony superhero, whatever the hell my premise is behind that thing. That one's looking good. No trains going by right now, and holy crap, look at the kind of traffic that lines up at the border between the United States and Canada, entering Detroit. That is the bridge, the Ambassador Bridge on the American side right now. Yeah. I am the Ronin Pawn. Love this music. What the hell is going on? I pressed one of my buttons that's supposed to do a magic thing. There we go. It didn't do the magic thing. I am the Ronin Pawn, says I. And we'll be back with more Kerbal Space Program at some point in the future. I can make no promises. Except that I will probably experience post-exertional malaise, which is a horrible name for what happens, because we were here for 5 hours today, and so it'll probably be a few days before you see me again, but I look forward to meeting you back here on another day. Pawn Y, where's the real outro song? This is the real outro song now. This is from the way back. This is from New Pawnington. This used to be our intro and outro song on YouTube's New Pawnington, and I've brought it back for the nostalgia, baby. Yeah. See you all next time, everybody. Good night. Wait, it's morning. It's day. Well, it's my night. I'm gonna go to sleep now. You go do whatever you're gonna do. Pawn out.